All right, all right, all right. Howdy, howdy, howdy. Are we using the right mic today? As opposed to yesterday when it started using my fucking webcam mic? Let's see what we're doing. Let me set up my screens here with the chat so I can actually see what you guys are saying. How's it going, Vinsv? How's it going, Gas? Mind of Z? You missed me? Well, you weren't here yesterday for stream. We didn't really do that much. Why do I have a diamond? I don't know. Maybe oh, you've been a 1 month subscriber, Internet Gas. That's why you got a diamond. Or you didn't at all? Well, listen, I don't at all because everyone freaked the fuck out on me when I used to use at everyone. When I used at everyone, everyone got super fucking pissed off. Like, oh, you're using, oh, this is too much. Why are you notifying me for this? So we made the different roles, which you can choose to get the notifications. You can choose to mute the, you can choose what notifications you get and which ones are muted. All right, really quick, right before we get started, I'm going to make sure that the air conditioner is on. Did I watch it? Nope, that's going to be on the docket today. Alrighty, let me close out. I have a bunch of tabs open that I don't need to have open. We no longer need the 20 anime moments that we have all been waiting for 20 years or whatever. And look, that's my beautiful face. How's it going, everybody? I want to actually finish this. I was watching that on my own. We need to watch the Jank versus Pures more. What the fuck? Okay, sorry. That guy has a fucking ball sack on his chin. So much soy, so little time. So true! A mega goiter? Yeah, fucking seriously. Let's see if the Jank thing shows up in recommendeds. If not... No. Jesus Christ, did they like saw off the entire fucking neck? Okay, sorry. Getting distracted. We're focused because we're streaming right now. Oh, wait, look at that. Gas got it. Hey, how's it going, Sam? Oh, this one's like half as long as the fucking Hassan interview. Okay, let's get rid of the copyright-free version of Corridors of Time. Let's see here. They replaced the fretboard. I just didn't know that you sawed it off like that. Okay, Sam? Guess what? Not all of us are experts or into the giant fucking world of the tech side of guitars. Sometimes I just like picking up a guitar and being like, this one go brrr, you know? Okay, 1 second. We got to get our last couple of... Oh, 1 second. Let me close out some of these extra unneeded processes in the background. We got to get our last couple of motherfucking achievements from this game. Let's see. What do we got to do? We only have 4 achievements left. We're doing portfolio diversification. Waiting for an airplane? Oof. F. I might have to go back to the military because you fucking morons in the world have become raging lunatics. Listen, I'm not telling you what you should or shouldn't do, but if your impulse to online political commentary is, man, I need to go and join a fighting force to shoot people up, maybe, you know, it sounds like a lot like the groiper / non-groiper who is upset that we called him a groiper in the most recent video that we uploaded. So we're changing it. Oh, did we already change it? Let me see. He asked me to change, instead of calling him the insane groiper, he asked us to call him a freedom fighter. Was the vid uploaded? I think we uploaded it, but there was an issue with it, so we're re-uploading it right now, and we're retitling it Crazy Caller Calls for the End of America at his request, because it doesn't change too much about what we're saying about him. And you know, I'm not gonna call him a fucking freedom fighter, right? I'm not giving any kind of positive reinforcement to someone who unironically would be a like a terrorist if he like, you know, once his balls drop. No, we have mandatory military service. They're calling us reserves back to training in record numbers. Oh shit, are you from why am I thinking of every country that starts with I except for Israel? I went India, and then I went Indiana, and then I went Italy, and I knew it was none of those 3. Oh, is it Finland probably does that as well, because of NATO and Russia and all that stuff, yeah. All right, we're going to watch the Cenk Uygur versus Piers Morgan thing. Strap in, folks. The Hassan interview was pretty interesting, but I don't know what Cenk's take and everything is.
Joining me now to discuss this is the founder of the world's most influential progressive online.
Joining
me now to discuss this is the founder of the world's most influential progressive online channel, The Young Turks, a Democratic presidential hopeful. That's Cenk Uygur. Cenk, great to have you on the program. Thank you very much indeed for joining me. I've been following your tweets with interest this week. You've been getting increasingly angry, I think it'd be fair to say. You said, I'm now enormously frustrated by US and Israeli government's barbaric acts in Gaza. I will not be shy in sharing that opinion on Piers Morgan's show today. Why are you so frustrated?
Yeah. Well, honestly, I didn't expect the framing that you put on this segment, and it's framing like that. That's disgusting. So I don't see what this has anything to do with anti-Semitism. I formed Young Turks and TYT with 2 Jewish friends who are some of my friends growing up. We've known each other and been brothers for over 40 years now. So I think what Hamas did is disgusting. I cry for those Israeli innocent civilians. But
There's
do
one.
I see you guys crying for Palestinians? I mean, Chris Christie was just on here treating it like it's no big deal because what, Palestinian lives don't matter? I think the real bigotry here is saying that Palestinians, we can kill 3 times as many of them already, and this is the appetizer. Netanyahu and his barbaric government have not even started the entree of murder and death and mayhem they're about to do. And that's somehow okay, killing 3 times as many Palestinian civilians, let alone the occupation, which is bigotry by definition. We say that everyone in the world can defend themselves, can have their own state, can have sovereignty, except the Palestinians. And the reasoning behind that is the Palestinians are what? They're what? The idea is that they are savages and that Muslims are too violent and cannot control themselves.
Jesus. Okay, so Cenk is coming out of here straight out the fucking, right after the fucking starting gun, going fucking hard. Holy shit. He's actually more unhinged in his delivery here than fucking Hassan was.
So they must be occupied for 56 brutal, disgusting years. So I've had enough of the bigotry against Muslims and Palestinians, and I need you to speak out against that instead of covering every outrageous, atrocious action of the right-wing government of Israel and going, oh, it's anti-Semitism. No, and there is global anti-Semitism. There's anti-Semitism here in this country. 2 synagogues were shot up, Pittsburgh and in Southern California. We fight against that all the time. But then whenever Israel is criticized, people go, oh, no, it's anti-Semitism. No, there's real anti-Semitism.
Okay, Jack, let me respond.
Instead of attacking that, all you guys ever do is hide behind the veil of anti-Semitism. Do you know why Palestinians might not like Israelis? Because they've been oppressed for 56 straight years.
I hear you. And let me respond. I'm not you guys.
Okay, so first off, just pro tip, all right, for anyone out there. Pro tip. If you guys ever get into streaming, or even if you're going to get into a conversation with someone in real life, right? Especially if there's other people like involved, right? If it's like a conversation between you and like 1 or 2 other people, and then there's some other people that are mostly being quiet, whoever maintains, the like calmest attitude, most times will be the optical winner, right? Like you're calm, you're collected, you're just stating the facts as they are in these kinds of conversations, which goes a long, 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 long way towards getting your point across, right? If you come off as unhinged, if you come off as just like kind of crazy and wanting to shout the other person down or like too emotional, people don't listen to you nearly as much as they would otherwise. So Cenk is as correct as he might be in some aspects of this, right? Like we shouldn't look at Palestinians as like vile savages that want to kill as many Jews as possible. And if you support Palestinians, then you're like a anti-Semite. There are people that think that, and you should push back against that. But that also doesn't mean that you should go the exact opposite, like crazy direction and, actually be anti-Semitic or anything like that. Yeah, I don't think passion is inherently bad. In this setting, it absolutely is.
I don't think I fit into any neat fit on this issue at all. B, I've actually covered this story, I think, more fairly than most people. I've had many pro-Palestinian voices I've given a huge platform for. They've been getting enormous audiences, from Bassem Youssef to others. And I've done that quite deliberately because I think these voices are important to be heard, including yours. I certainly wasn't accusing you, by the way, or your organization of anti-Semitism. I just think I have found it, as somebody who's always identified as liberal myself, I've found it very dispiriting to see people who call themselves liberals whose instant response, it seemed to me, to one of the worst terror attacks we've ever seen was to immediately side with the place where these attacks have been launched from. Now,
people, like, you can say all the most accurate and factual things in the entire world, but if you're if the framing is or the focus is right after a horrific event, right? Like if directly like on 9/11, if you're like, well, you know, if America hadn't been over there, this wouldn't have happened, right? Like people are gonna look at you sideways because why aren't you just like, well, the framing of it is just so strange, right? Right now we still have bodies that are warm, and you're focusing on that, or like right after 9/11, like where's the Norm Macdonald let's see if we can find this super quickly.
Well, I can't say my friend's name, but he said his biggest fear is that ISIS or some terrorist group like that would get a hold of a dirty bomb and explode it over a major city within the United States and kill tens of millions of people. Because then the blowback against innocent Muslims would be absolutely terrible.
Yeah, that's horrific.
That's true.
Okay, let's do some jokes.
Like they don't understand the joke there is like the immediate feeling should be like, oh man, this is a horrible terrorist attack, instead of like that should be the immediate feeling that you get, like, oh man, I can't believe how horrible this terrorist attack was. They slaughtered tens of millions of people with a dirty bomb. Think of the Muslims that will be, you know, profiled as a result, instead of, hey, there's 10 million people that just fucking died, dude. Like the framing absolutely matters, especially when you're going to be the kind of person who's going to be on, you know, national media on a regular basis, and you're going around and you're trying to, you know, push advocacy for something. Like, yeah, maybe you can like throw that in there a little bit, but if that's your main focus, it feels like you're focusing on the wrong thing at that moment in time. Right? We can absolutely talk about how bad it is for Palestinians. We can absolutely talk about how bad it is that like the Israeli Defense Force will fucking bomb places that they seemingly shouldn't, right? And we could talk about all the reasons why they might do that, or why they might be justified, or why they might not be justified, right? We could talk about the concept of the open air prison, et cetera, et cetera. But like, none of that's going to take away from the fact that the like Hamas group did fucking slaughter a bunch of actually just like totally innocent people who had nothing to do with any of the war crimes, right? People want to quote Michael Brooks on all of this, where he's talking about like analysis doesn't mean justification or whatever the fuck. But Michael Brooks also said, be ruthless to institutions, but be kind to people, right? It's like this selective quote farming that they'll do for people like Martin Luther King as well, right? Where they'll bring up the riots are the language of the unheard, but they also don't want to like recognize that MLK also was wholly against rioting and violence. Politics turned me off intellectually because there's a lot of generalizations instead of hard data. Well, I don't disagree with that necessarily. I think that on a lot of things politically, you're going to have to contend with, you're going to have to talk about the generalizations. You're going to have to talk about the feels of people, right? Because not everything comes down to hard data, right? Not everything is going to come down to hard data. Not everything, it's going to come down to values and the philosophy behind why you choose to do one thing instead of another with, you know, your allocated funds. Like these are things that you're going to have to, like you could have a choice between two things that are good, but under different philosophical outlooks, you know? Would your perspective be different if this happens in the West Bank? Just curious. If the exact same if the exact same thing happened in the West Bank, I don't think I would have that much of a different. If it was like, if there was some terrorist group that went out and just started like slaughtering civilians, no, I don't think that there's ever any justification for just the targeting of civilians wholesale, like Hamas did, you know? And when you see, when you literally see Israeli civilians getting slaughtered, first response can't be they had it coming. Yeah, exactly.
I don't tar all Palestinians with the brush of being Hamas at all. And in fact, the sooner Hamas are out of there, the better for the Palestinian people and the world. But I just think the only human response you can have is, as you did, by the way, to your credit, is it was disgusting what happened on October the 7th. Now, the question then becomes, what is a proportionate response by Israel? Not just the terror attacks of October the 7th, but obviously there is now a huge ongoing escalation in what has been, as you rightly say, a 56-year war, effectively, in varying degrees over that period. And that's where I think I'm struggling to see how a ground invasion by Israel, with all that that would entail, particularly mass deaths of Palestinian civilians, how that is going to do anything for any peaceful resolution to this. I think it will have the opposite effect.
Yes. So let's take it one at a time. First of all, as you rightly point out, on Young Turks, we covered the atrocious actions of Hamas right from the get-go, and we condemned it as fully as anyone can possibly condemn it. Because not only are they killing those poor, innocent Israelis that didn't do anything, those little babies and the grandmothers, it's disgusting what they did. But on top of that, they're ruining the Palestinian cause. They've burned the moral high ground to cinders. And then on top of that, they smear all people of Muslim background like myself. And then it unleashes this bigotry of anti-Muslim bigotry throughout the world that I'm sick of. So screw Hamas and their barbarism, okay? Now, in terms of a proper reaction, yes, you need to get those hostages out. So now...
Also, like, and someone else can, like, if there's evidence to the contrary, then I'm totally willing to change my opinion on this, but I feel like I've seen way less anti-Semitism, especially in the past, like, I want to say, like, since, like, 2018, 2019, like, since around then, that was, like, the last time I saw major Islamophobia on a regular basis. But right now, I do see, like, anti-Israeli sentiment, calling them bloodthirsty monsters who just want to fucking kill as many fucking brown kids as possible, colonizers, they all deserve death. I see that way more than I see any fucking Islamophobia, right? Like, this feels like the how people will bring up constantly the Iraq War, right, as an example of why U.S. foreign policy is horrible. The Iraq War ended. All right, we pulled out of there. Afghanistan ended. We don't have any active wars going on with U.S. involvement in the Middle East, unless you count literally any kind of, like, foreign aid, whether militarily or, you know, aid-wise, to be involvement. But I don't think I would necessarily count that. Like, we don't have horrible foreign policy right now under Biden. You can't point towards something that happened in the past and then use that as an example of why something right now is bad. If our foreign policy changes, if our actions changes, if societal attitudes change, you can't just sit there and use something that has already ended to justify in covering news a different way now.
Now let's look at I'm going to suggest what to actually do. I'm going to be constructive. But first, let's look at the unconstructive solution that Israel
is poor.
Dropping bombs on residential buildings. 50 ambulances have been hit. 10 out of 25 hospitals don't operate anymore. The incubators are about to run out of energy. There's 45 babies that might die today. The parents, I just read on CNN, are writing the names of the kids on their calves, on their legs, so that if they are killed in a bombing and they're mutilated, they could find their bodies. Imagine writing the name of your child on their legs so that you could find them in the rubble after Israel or any government drops a bomb on them. And I need the West to understand something. Bombs kill people. And do you know how they kill people? They incinerate them alive.
Hot take there, Jank. Hot take there. Did you guys know? Hold on. Let's do some fact checking. What do bombs do? What do bombs do? Let's go to the Wikipedia. A bomb is an explosive weapon that uses exothermic reaction of an explosive material to provide an extremely sudden and violent release of energy. Yeah, they fucking kill people. No shit. Do you think that people think when they hear Israel is bombing Gaza, like, oh, well, you know, they're dropping care packages over there? What do you think the average, like, I know the average American is like pretty retarded compared to other nations, okay? I won't fucking like pretend like that's not true. But can we give a little bit more credit to the people in the West for knowing at least what a bomb does? Also, they don't incinerate you alive. It is just like pure force most of the time, unless it is a literal incendiary bomb, right? It's not like they're dropping just like napalm all over fucking Gaza, okay? They're blowing them to bits, but they're not melting them, okay? Let's get that right. This isn't a...
Oh, guns kill. Is that right? Well, let's see about that. Okay, gun, kill. Go ahead, kill someone. Don't be shy. See? Guns don't kill people. People kill people. Guns defend people against people with smaller guns.
True. Let's see if I get copyright struck for that.
Or their heads explode. So what happened in Israel was a disaster and disgusting. But you have to be equally honest and equally outraged at the immorality of incinerating babies and grandmothers and aunts and uncles, which is what we're doing right now. America cannot keep sending aid for death and destruction. Enough of the occupation. End it today. End it today. It's monstrous. Okay, I'm going to get...
Let me ask you...
Okay, this is where I like hardcore disagree with Jank. No, we're not ending the occupation today. That is... Hamas has made that impossible. Impossible. It is now impossible for Israel to end the occupation on peaceful terms. Because the last time that happened... Right? The last time Israel was just like, oh, well, you know what? We're out of here. We're not going to fucking occupy Gaza anymore. I've said this every single fucking time on stream that this has come up. Hamas claimed credit, and they, for the one and only time in their entire history, got majority support in Gaza. They won the election, and they never allowed another election to happen. And then Gaza has been worse off ever since. Every single time there is the possibility of new infrastructure aid to come in, right? Oh, okay, well, we're going to let concrete come in so that you guys can rebuild housing, so you guys can build water desalination plants, et cetera, et cetera. Every single time that happens, what does Hamas do? They take the concrete, they use it to build their fucking tunnels underground, like fucking billions of dollars worth of concrete that they use to build their fucking tunnels so that they can move soldiers and move missiles around without getting destroyed by the IDF. So what does the IDF do in response to that? Okay, well, we're not going to allow any more fucking concrete to go into fucking Gaza. We're just not going to let it happen. Isn't it the bombing he's talking about? Well, yeah, he's talking about the bombing right now, yeah.
Do this. Let me, I completely understand your passion and your anger. I completely get this. I, like you, want to see some resolution at the end of this horror that we're witnessing. How do you get rid of Hamas if you don't do it the way Israel are currently doing it? How do you actually eradicate what has become a nihilistic ISIS-style terror group who've...
Yes. This is the question that you have to ask. If this isn't the way, then how? What is the best practice? What is the best way that Israel could respond here? I haven't seen a good response to that. There's obviously got to be some better way. There's got to be. There's got to be. But what is it? Because I'm not a fucking military tactician. I'm not a military, guru. I don't know what the best way to take out a fucking insurgent group inside of their own, highly populated, highly dense fucking city setting that they're based out of, where they actively use civilians as cover, right? Like, what would be the appropriate response right there, Damn it, I clicked the fucking dodge button. There we go.
Quite deliberately, in my estimation, committed an outrage of such appalling scale that they knew that this would goad Israel into this kind of response. So why they did that, what is motivating it, who might be putting them up to it, who's helped them prepare for this, these are all questions we don't know the answers to yet. But it seems to me that Israel could, if it's not careful, be being lured into a massive trap here. And I hope that is not the case. But I'm curious, how do you get rid of Hamas if you don't do it the way Israel is currently doing it, albeit with horrific collateral damage in the face of thousands of innocent Palestinians being caught up in the bombing?
Yeah. So let me give you a short-term answer, long-term answer. And a lot of people are not going to like these, but these are realistic ways that you minimize civilian casualties. You do what America did with the Osama bin Laden raid. We didn't go drop a nuke on Pakistan. We didn't go destroy 6,000 residential buildings.
Because we knew exactly where he was. And weren't there civilian casualties during the Osama bin Laden raid? Like, I'm pretty sure. Like, I'm like 90% positive there was at least like one or two people that were killed that were non-combatants, because the fucking Navy SEAL team that went in, they're going to shoot anyone that even looks like they might be able to like hide a gun. Now, they didn't just like go in and blast every single fucking person, right? Because I believe that there were like, there were women and children in there, so they didn't blast all the women and children as well. But like, let's not pretend like we weren't dropping bombs on places that did have civilians nearby, at least. Okay.
In the middle of Pakistan, we sent in special forces. Is it more dangerous to the special forces? Of course. That's the point of special forces.
But also, and maybe I have this wrong, right? But one of the reasons that Israel hasn't put boots on the ground is because Hezbollah said if they put, if they do any kind of ground invasion into Gaza, then they're going to invade from the north. Do I have that correct, or am I wrong? Because I'm pretty sure I'm right on that, but that might go into the calculation of why they're not putting any like IDF soldiers on the ground, unless that's changed. I actually don't know. Didn't they send a small tank force into Gaza? If they have, send me a news clip on that.
Try to find the hostages. Does it look like Israel's trying to find the hostages? If I have a family member that's a hostage, I'm disgusted by what Netanyahu's doing now. How do you know they're not in the buildings you're dropping bombs on? How do you know they're not in the tunnels you're dropping bombs on? How do you know they're not in the hospitals you're dropping bombs on?
Also, the tunnels, it is almost impossible for Israel to drop bombs to collapse the tunnels because they're 100 feet underground. And I think that the most common like bunker buster that the IDF has can only penetrate down like 30 feet. They have one that can penetrate deeper, but it's like a 60-ton fucking bomb that costs like $6 million or something dollars, or probably, I'm sorry, did I say 6 million? I think like $60 million or some shit like that. Some crazy fucking high number to drop every single one of those bombs. So it's going to be significantly more expensive to try and like destroy the tunnel networks. So if they're in the tunnels, they're probably safe from any IDF bombings. Okay, let's get that one fucking clear right now. If you're a hostage of Hamas, you want to be in those motherfucking tunnels right now. Okay.
So this, if you want the hostages
Much more
rescued,
effective? Oh shit!
every
heard
rational
about
human
that yet.
being can agree this is not the way to do it. This is the way to do death and destruction for the sake of death and destruction. It's collective punishment. It's genocide against Palestinians.
This is just so wrong.
And the world
This
has
right
to
here is
speak out.
just
So
absolutely
my
incorrect.
way is not pleasant either. It involves a lot of folks dying on both sides. I understand that. Those are super hard choices. But go find Hamas. Go find the hostages. Go rescue them instead of wantonly, indiscriminately killing after killing. And let's be honest, when you drop a bomb and a kid's head explodes and a grandmother is incinerated, that is terrorism. Killing 3 times as many civilians as Hamas is terror.
I'm sorry. I just don't. There should be a more reasonable way to look at this than what they're presenting here. I'm sorry. There is a more reasonable way, but they should be trying to look at it in a more reasonable way. How do they do that? Right? Israel is being like highly pressured from like places like the U.S. and places like NATO and the UN to not, go balls to the wall and just glass the place, even though Israel probably wants to, right? But it's good that the U.S. is there as, a counterbalance saying, hey, listen, we made some mistakes back in the day, back in Afghanistan, right? If someone could link me the speech from Biden where he talked about his meeting with Netanyahu and other officials in Israel, where he said, we made a lot of mistakes because we went too hard, too fast. We went too hard, too fast into Afghanistan, into Iraq. We made massive mistakes. And you should not make those same mistakes. You should not, because there's no excuse for them. Because we're here to tell you what those are. Oh shit, I just realized the freeze frame on Jink's face is pretty good. But the liquefied grandmas, right? But like, again, how do you, like, Hamas has a missile launcher, right? Shooting missiles into Israel. How do you avoid civilian casualties when they are using civilians as shields, right? I know it sounds like, oh, we've heard all of this about Hamas. We've heard all this about Hamas, how they're using human shields. The whole thing about human shields is you don't shoot through the human shields. Then you never, ever, ever, ever respond militarily, ever, to actual terrorists. Like, what is the response then? All you can do is do those knock bombs, which they've stopped using, which I think they probably still should use. You use the knock bombs. You tell people, hey, this building's about to come down because there's a giant fucking missile launcher shooting at us in there. If you don't want to get bombed, get the fuck out, right? You have 10 minutes to leave. And then you get to destroy that fucking missile launcher, right? There probably needs to be some sort of ground incursion into Gaza to take out all of the Hamas agents in there, right? But they've been bombing like a motherfucker, and they've been taking out some of the higher ranked officers in Hamas, right? And now you just gotta keep on doing that until they decide to no longer be a legitimate force, right? Until they don't have the capacity anymore. And that's basically all you can do. Until such a time as like all you can do is just like try and take out as many of them as possible, right? And not negotiate with terrorists because they have this penchant for taking credit for any kind of peaceful negotiations that come out of terrorist attacks, which incentivizes what? More terrorist attacks.
terrorism. And it is the same if it is done by a government. Send in as many special forces you got. We should send in whatever you got to actually do the job at hand instead of what Netanyahu is doing, which is to kill these people to what? Send a message. And think about how unrealistic that is. And think about why
The other thing is, like, for all of these things, you're going to have to show the intent, right? You're going to have to show the intent. If there was actual proof of some kind of intent behind the October 6th, or I'm sorry, 7th attacks, right? That they were predominantly focusing on military and governmental forces, something like that, right? And then there was, that many civilian casualties, but there wasn't all this brutality. It didn't seem like that was the main target of what they were trying to do. It was either... no, blatant disregard would also be pretty bad. But that would still be less bad than like intentionally targeting civilians, right? The intentionality behind targeting the civilians is the extremely excruciatingly disgusting part of what the Hamas terrorists did on October 7th, right? But most of the time, Israel is able to show, hey, we have evidence that there was Hamas being in this building, right? Shooting missiles out of it, right? We have evidence that this was an ammo storage depot, right? We have third party, like UN officials who have gone in and said, hey, this is a UN school that we are providing for free to the children of Gaza, and Hamas is using it to store their motherfucking missiles. Hamas, take your missiles out of our fucking elementary school, please. This is not what this is supposed to be for. So it's not like Israel is just like making this shit up. There's third-party international organizations that are like, hey, not for you, Hamas, not for missiles. For learning ABCs, not for missiles. Tank incursion. Okay, I'll click on it in a second.
This method has a 0% chance of working. How are the Palestinians supposed to rise up against Hamas? How would they prove they're against Hamas? Hamas ended all elections. Hamas ended democracy. So how are the Palestinians supposed to cry uncle? They're already crying uncle, but it's never enough for the bloodthirsty Netanyahu. No more.
The Palestinians, shut the fuck up, you fucking retard. Actually, fucking retarded. The Palestinians have been calling uncle for a long fucking time. Yeah, no shit, retard. It's the fact that Hamas hasn't, and that they're not only not calling uncle, they're actively attacking on a semi-regular basis Israel. On a semi-regular basis, they're attacking Israel and warranting a response from the Israeli government. The Palestinian people don't want that. The Israelis don't want that. But you know who does want that? Fucking Hamas! The terrorist group! The actual oppressors. The actual fucking oppressors of the Palestinian people.
More death of Palestinians, more babies killed. That's what his answer is. And it's this, and the United States of America, I'm running for president here. There's no way in the world I would allow this. Sending $105 billion. And it doesn't even go to Israel, Ukraine, or Taiwan. It goes to the defense contractors that bribe these greedy American politicians and then get most.
Also, that's not even fucking true, especially with Ukraine. Like, the defense contractors, they might be paying for bombs for us to resupply ourselves, right? But we're giving them our old bombs because otherwise they would expire. They would lose efficacy after being in storage for too long, and then we would have to blow them up ourselves and just waste money. Now these bombs are going to kill people that are actually bad people, like the fucking Russian military or, fucking Hamas, people that deserve to get bombed. Believe it or not, some people deserve to get a fucking JDAM missile blown up on them. And I would count most terrorists as the kinds of people that deserve the fucking JDAMs on their front door.
Most of that money. And so the long-term answer is...
Am I wearing army fatigues? I got this shirt when I went to Italy. It has a UN patch right here. Let's fucking go. On the other side, it's Austria, which could be better. There could be a better patch than Austria. But, I saw the UN patch and I was like, I gotta get that. Yeah, it's probably fake, okay? Another idiot that hasn't a clue what he's talking about. Yeah, I mean, number one, I want to say this. I add enough qualifications to everything that I say that there is definitely stuff that I don't know about in this conflict. But number two, if you think that something that I'm wrong on, if there's something that I'm wrong on, jump in Discord, okay? What does the title say? Open call-ins later. I'll open them up right now for you, KP, all right? And lastly, yes, the shirt's probably a fake. I got it in a fucking random market, okay? I didn't get it because I wanted it to be an actual real fucking shirt. I thought the UN patch was cool, all right? Yeah, IDF uniform, let's go.
1967 borders. And
yeah, I'm actually thinking about getting an Israeli patch to put like right here, and then a an Israeli flag right here, and then a Ukrainian one right there. You know, I thought that not because the UN one I thought would be really good for triggering people like the KP guy. But if I got the Israel and the Ukrainian patch, can you imagine how triggered people would get over this fucking fake ass fucking army surplus shirt that I got in a fucking random market for fucking $20? Dude, fucking based. Did you buy a Rolex for $20? Not fake, but it's just as cheap?
the biggest walls you've ever seen
I have
in
no
your
idea what
entire
you're trying
life.
to say there.
And no one's allowed to cross to either side. But the
Who do that unironically? Yeah, I'm doing it ironically, obviously, because I don't think I need to have a fucking patch on my shirt to show support. Another idiot that hasn't got it. Listen, if you're talking about Jank, then based. But you have to understand. when there's people coming into my fucking chat on a regular basis saying that I'm a bloodthirsty, want to kill Palestinians, right? When there are people who are unironically like bloodthirsty fucking Zionists that I have to ban because they're talking about Israelis should be able to rape Arab women in retaliation. Like, it's kind of hard to read intentions or have good charitability for random chatters who I've never seen before. All right.
Palestinians get their state.
Get
It is unconscionable for them
really
not to get their state.
people.
And if you're a moral person, of course you believe that the Palestinians are not the only people in the world that cannot govern themselves. If you say that, you are being, by definition, bigoted and
Wait, hold on.
racist.
Let me scroll back to what he's saying here. Wait, who is unable to govern themselves?
Unconscionable for them not to get their state. And if you're a moral person, of course you believe that the Palestinians are not the only people in the world that cannot govern themselves. If you say that, you are being, by definition, bigoted and a racist.
You could make all of the points that he's making in such a more in a calmer and better calmer tone, better framing. Your point would be accepted by so many more people. It would be the exact same point, right? Like, Israel does horrible things to the Palestinian people. This is something that we all need to understand. While I recognize that there is no path forward while Hamas is in control, while I recognize that, we have to be able to be critical of the Israeli government going in and dropping bombs seemingly indiscriminately, bombing entire city blocks and destroying those areas because they say that there are Hamas agents. We need some sort of third-party third-party observers there to make sure that Israel is actually only doing things that are militarily or like achieving their military objectives. Otherwise, this will lead to the just wanton killing of civilians all over the Gaza Strip. And to those that would say that the Palestinian people are just wholesale in support of genociding Israelis and Jews abroad, I would say this. We can look at polling, we can look at the general attitudes of people in Palestine and in the West Bank towards Hamas, and we can see that they don't think that this is the best path forward. However, when there is no other alternative, and when they have no power to take these people out themselves, to oust them from power and to choose their own path going forward. We have to find some way to achieve some sort of what's the word I'm looking for? Self-determination for themselves, some sort of self-governance. To say otherwise, right? To say that these people are simply ungovernable, that these people are uniquely unable to govern themselves, would be atrocious and bigoted, you know? Too many sheep in this world? I don't know if you, again, you have to like let me know if you're talking about me or if you're talking about Jank, okay? I can't tell. I don't get why he isn't calmer here. He's done this for too long to seem this hysteric. Well, I think that being the video, not you. Okay, gotcha. This kind of passion, I think, does well sometimes, but you have to choose, right? You have to be more. You got to be more tactical. All right, you have to earn the passion, right? You have to earn being unhinged. You have to earn being smug. You have to earn all of these like more unsavory optical things, right? Because if you're smug in a conversation with someone, it can look really bad, especially if you're unambiguously wrong. If you're smug and retarded about the fact that you're talking about, then yeah, you're gonna look really bad, right? But if the other person is just like blatantly like evil or blatantly wrong about something and you're smug about it, you can look really good by being smug. It's all about picking and choosing when you decide to show certain emotions and stuff, right? Now, sometimes that's hard, right? Sometimes I'll freak the fuck out. Like, listen, I can admit right now, when I flipped the fuck out on the Panda Man guy, right, for the disgusting statements that he said about Palestinians and Arabs in general, I went too far. Okay, I'll be the first to admit I privated that live stream. I said some things I certainly should not have said. Okay, certain phrases about buying a length of rope and then going to the rickety stool store, right? Grabbing the nearest rusty knife and drawing a Z into your stomach with it, hilt deep. You know, these sorts of things are unacceptable. Sometimes it's really hard to control your emotions when you're really, really pissed, right? But I think that in a different setting, had I seen those remarks, right? Like if I was on fucking international fucking television, I probably would have, you know, been a little less hysterical. I probably would have chosen my words a lot more carefully. You know what I mean?
We have to have two-state solution immediately. Immediately. If 56 years of occupation and brutalizing these people is not enough, is 57 years going to be enough? Is 156 years going to be enough? I'm asking Israel, not out of hate, out of love.
And like, if you're going to make all these points, which some of these points are totally valid, if you're going to make some of these points, you also have to like either give some alternative that is feasible, right? Not just like send in special forces to take out the 45,000 members of Hamas there are, right? Which is a completely unfeasible task, right? You're not going to destroy 45,000. Wait, let me double check that number because I've seen that number. How many people Hamas? Let's see. Oh, wrong corner. There we go. How many people are in Hamas? Okay, I was a little bit off. 20,000 or 25,000. Even on that scale, you're not going to send in a couple squads of fucking Israeli fucking Navy SEALs and take them out, right? That is completely unfeasible in every fucking sense of the word. There's no way you're going to take out that many people. You're not even going to take out all of the leadership with just a couple of squads of fucking Navy SEALs, right? Your casualty rate is going to be higher, right? And you just won't have the personnel to achieve any kind of real outcome. So you have to think, what is the acceptable response? And I would love to see what the actual acceptable response is. I don't think we're going to get a good response here. I don't think that there's going to be anyone that can even approximate. I don't think there's going to be anyone who can even approximate a reasonable or good response that would actually get rid of Hamas in the near future, right? When there has to be a response sooner rather than later. There is no path towards peace with Hamas surviving. They have to go. And I mean that not just because Israel won't accept it. I'm saying it because they won't allow it. They won't allow it. When Piers Morgan said this is a terrorist group that has become a nihilistic ISIS style jihadist group, that's absolutely accurate. It is so unbelievably accurate. When you are willing to actually sacrifice everyone around you to instigate, seemingly, like this is the I'm regurgitating opinions that I've seen from people who are smarter than me, who know more about the conflict, who know more about jihadist groups, right? When seemingly their goal is to instigate a broader regional conflict to try to completely eradicate the state of Israel, right? Not to get specific concessions about like this or that, right? But like literally to just simply destroy Israel, right? And bring in a bunch of other Arab nations into it when they don't really even seem that interested in joining into this themselves, right? Or letting in, like even at the very least, letting in Palestinian refugees when you don't even have that from them, right? Like how are you going to achieve peace going forward? You have to get rid of the actual cancer and do like a sort of chemotherapy on Gaza to get rid of Hamas, right? And the way you do that with the least amount of civilian casualties, I cannot say. I'm a retard. All right. I'm under 30 years old. I've never been in any kind of military fucking setting. I don't have a fucking answer about that. I just don't. But unless you do, then you need to like shut the fuck up on telling everyone how there's a genocide going on in Gaza, because the perpetrators of that genocide are Hamas. Okay.
So many of my friends that I grew up with are Jewish. This is not good for them. This is not good for anybody.
Oh, wait, hold on. Let me just read this really quick. I've heard you need about 5 times the numbers if you're going ground offensive like Israel is doing, especially at the fighting. I've heard, I know what you're talking about, right? If you're going to occupy an area and then try to achieve some sort of military aim, you need like some significant force there, right? And I don't know. You're saying 5 times the numbers. Is that 5 times the numbers of the enemy combatants, or is that 5 times the numbers of the people living in that area? Because I've heard 3 times the number of the people in occupied areas, right? I've heard that before for sure, but I have not heard 5 times the number. But either way, like if it's civilians, if it's 5 times the number of civilians, bro, you're never going to get that in Gaza. All right. This is one of the most densely packed fucking places in the entire world. All right. Like 2.2 million people crunched into square mileage, or let's do Gaza square. The Gaza Strip is 25 miles long and 3.7 to 7.5 miles wide, right? 141 square miles. That is not very many miles to pack 2.2 million fucking people in, you know?
Please look into your hearts. Look and be the...
Should we be taking in Palestinians, refugees? I could hear arguments for both sides. My the humanitarian soft feels size of me says there should be a path towards refugee status for some people in Palestine who don't have connections to Hamas, whether it's the political arm or the militant arm. Like that would be like a really good faith showing of how we could say we do not want Israel to kill too many fucking Palestinians. Like that would be a really good thing that we could do. But at the same time, I don't know what I'm so fucking retarded. Okay. This is irritating me. Yeah. We have been taking in 100,000 less than we are able to the past 2 to 3 years. Like that's the feel side of me. The real side of me, or like the intellectual side of me says, we could, but you know what? I'll say this. Yeah, we should. But we're gonna have to like really heavily check who we're bringing in, right? I know we already have like some pretty stringent guidelines and restrictions on people who are coming in from the Middle East as refugees, right? It's not easy to enter the United States as a refugee from the Middle East, right? We saw that in the Syrian refugee crisis. We took in less than basically any fucking European nation. But we might have to add like some like extra sauce on those restrictions, especially given that Hamas is so deeply integrated into like blending in with civilians, because that's how they operate. That's how they must operate necessarily to not get fucking wiped out, I would say no. I don't want the U.S. to burn like France did. I would even accept temporary, like only temporary refugee status with no path towards citizenship. I would accept that for the short term to get some people out of there. But I could be pushed on that. Yeah, I could be pushed on that pretty easily. But I think that the United States does a lot better of a job of integrating immigrants into into our culture, and bringing in immigrants in and having them, buy into American ideals than places like France or the UK or Germany have. I don't know why that is. I'm not a globetrotter. I've never been to France. Technically I've stopped through Germany on my one trip out of the country in my entire life on my way to Italy, right? So I can't speak to like the attitudes of people or how they integrate people into society. But I think that the U.S. does a lot better of a job at it.
The moral people that I know you can be. I've been to Passover dinners where you pray for your oppressors. Now, it breaks my heart, but I got to tell you, you got to pray for those you are oppressing. And to say that you are not oppressing the Palestinians after brutalizing them for 56 long years, you're kidding yourself. And as a friend and an ally, I'm trying to get you to wake up and snap out of this trance. You cannot keep doing this. It is ruining your moral fiber.
Cenk Uygur, thank you very much indeed for joining me. I greatly appreciate it. I'm sorry it was your first appearance on this program under these circumstances, but I hope it won't be your last. I think you're an important voice in this, and I do appreciate you coming on the show. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I've really appreciated Oh, one second. Let me message editor. Oh, yeah. By the way, editor segment. There you go. Cut, clip, ship, etc., etc. Not tech savvy enough to explain or even know what the issue is. Also, I have to agree with you, Sondsol. Jenk is not very convincing. That screaming just does not work for me. It feels fake. It's not that it feels fake. It feels very, very genuine, but it feels genuine. It feels like genuine lack of full understanding of the issue. 3 short videos of interest and suggestions. Ooh, thank you very much. By the way, how are we feeling, chat? We got 5 people over on YouTube, but only 2 likes. Let's get some more likes going on the stream, please. I would really appreciate that. If you're watching on Kick, you guys can also open up the YouTube stream, like the stream so it gets more people viewing it, so it gets more people in chat, so it gets more people, etc., etc., etc. It's all just a circular thing. More people like the video, more people see the video, more people come in to see the video. You get more people to interact with, and I love that for you, and I love that for me, because I get to just bleed you guys for all of the ad revenue that you guys get me. All right. Really quick, let's see here. How is Kick Chat doing? You guys feeling good? You guys feeling fresh?
Let's talk
feeling
about that
clean?
incursion.
1 second. I opened that up on the wrong window. Okay. I'm going to open up these 3 tabs super quick.
Let's talk about that incursion.
And then I'm going to run downstairs. I need a huge glass of water. So I hope you guys will forgive me for grabbing myself just a wee bit of water. Just a wee bit of water. And you guys can watch this little animation of music from Quarters of Time. Also, I think this person puts out some like pretty cool little loops that they make. So please go subscribe to Dr. Primer. I'm pretty sure, if I'm thinking of yeah, they put out cool little music, so go subscribe to them. All right, and we'll let you guys listen to this for just a second while I grab myself some water, because woo, I'm thirsty. Wow. Wow. Whew. Sorry that took so long. My cat was acting pathetic, like he's been starved to death. So I had to give him a little snack. All right, let's see here. Let's see what these videos are.
Overnight. What do we know about what happened?
Yeah, good afternoon, Kamali. It's the second of these sorts of incursions. The first one happened on Sunday, earlier on in the week. What we know, it happened overnight, happened in the sort of northern Gaza area. It was quite significantly bigger last night than the one earlier on. It involved tanks, bulldozers and infantry. And unusually, because the IDF don't normally release pictures of this, we've got some imagery released by the IDF of the whole episode. What's also interesting, last night, Prime Minister Netanyahu came on primetime television and said the ground invasion is going to happen and soon.
Yep. So, look, why do we think they decided to carry it out now, just an hour or so, a couple of hours after he'd been on television talking about it?
Yeah, part of it's preparing the ground, gathering more and more intelligence, but also what they'll be trying to do is identify where the anti-tank traps are. So that's why the bulldozers were in there, were clearing some of the anti-tank traps. They'll also be worried about mines and stuff like that. And also what they'll be doing is that Hamas doesn't have the benefit of satellite technology, so they'll have OPs, observation points, all the way along the front line, and inevitably the IDF will be trying to target those. And also they'll be trying to get Hamas to trigger their communications, because as soon as you do that, they can then be intercepted and therefore listened on the way. What's interested me, though, is where this has happened. If we look at the map, the first incursion, although the IDF didn't say where it was actually down in Khan Yunis, according to the Hamas fighters.
Yeah.
You go, well, given that we're expecting IDF to do the fighting up there, what was that about? Well, it's quite possible that when the IDF said for Palestinians to flee to the south, that some of the Hamas fighters went with them.
That's interesting.
And it might be intelligence and communications, Jess, so it could have been a target of opportunity. What we know, though, from last night, what happened in the northern area of Gaza, and that's entirely consistent with the first phase, if they do a ground offensive, is likely to be an armoured push to the south of Gaza City, to the north and to the east, to encircle the city, and then use special forces possibly to go into the city itself, because that would be very dangerous. They have some expertise at extracting hostages as well. But as we know, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, those hostages, and of course they're going to have to fight in those tunnels as well beneath beneath Gaza. Now, what do you think? When will a ground invasion actually be launched, if at all?
Listen, dude, that tunnel system, guys, is going to be a bitch. Okay, it's going to be a bitch. My understanding is there's like 300 something miles under the like in length of tunnels under Gaza, like the entirety, like stretching from Egypt all the way up to the north, all the way around all over the place. Guys, that is a lot of fucking tunnel, and because there's so much tunnel, you're gonna have a lot of casualties as a result of it, and that's just a fact. So no one wants to go into those tunnels, but there's no good way to bomb them, and you also don't know if there's going to be, which I would assume, if the insurgents want to actually use the hostages as bargaining chips, like they're probably mostly in the tunnels, right? It's gotta be, because if you keep them above ground, then they're like all gonna get killed, right? Which you might use as a bargaining chip, like, hey, but that didn't seem to stop it didn't really stop the Israeli strikes from happening recently. Yeah, I just don't know. Like the tunnels are such a difficult part of all of this.
Well, if at all, from my perspective, but at the moment, it's pretty clear that from a military perspective, if you're now the boss of the IDF, you're looking at Prime Minister Netanyahu and going, what's my objective? Destroy Hamas. Very difficult to do on the ground. Hamas is more of an idea than anything else. And meanwhile, international political pressure is ramping up because there's more...
Oh, wait, hold on. Reiska, link link whatever you're seeing there, because I haven't been keeping up with the hour-to-hour, day-to-day stuff in Israel until like something major happens. Unless like for every major thing that happens, that's now what I'm following. But like the day-to-day, hour-to-hour, just like with Russia and Ukraine, it becomes way outside of my wheelhouse to give commentary on the hour-to-hour stuff, right? There are other channels that have better expertise, that have better knowledge than I do on certain things. So that's who I would look towards for that. But if there's like something happening in real time, we can look at it. Released hostages describe them as they have a group and they split into smaller groups going different directions. Yeah, I mean, that's a problem. It's a well, my browser has an auto translate option, so we can read it even if it's in Finnish.
More focus now on the humanitarian problem as a result of the campaign. And likewise, Hamas has started drip-feed hostages, sort of 2 out Americans, then 2 elderly folks out. Every time they do that, that draws attention from the media to the plight of the hostages. And of course, a ground offensive would almost certainly compromise their safety and security. But through all this, Prime Minister Netanyahu does not want Hamas to be holding the initiative in any of this. He wants Israel to be seen to be strong. And that's why this air campaign has been going on, striking furiously around targets. Literally, we heard IDF have claimed that over 250 Hamas targets were struck just overnight. The problem is, though, with all of this, is that Israel claims over 1,400 of their people have died. We've heard literally today that Hamas-run health authority in the Gaza said it's now over 7,000 casualties to the Palestinians. That number could be significantly higher.
Well, at least it's slowed down some.
There is no military solution to this.
Like, that's probably a good thing, right? Like the fact that in the first couple of days, like the first 3 or 4 days, there were like 4,000 fucking casualties in Gaza City, and then after that, it slowed down, and now we're 20 days after, and it's down like, well, I say it's only gone up 3,000. So it's obviously slowed down some.
This conflict, but it's just very sad to have to report that neither side yet seems to have reached the limit of its military options.
Okay, that was link number 1.
In the aftermath of a globally impactful attack by Hamas, Israel is prioritizing the destruction of the extensive Hamas tunnel network in Gaza before launching a ground operation.
Bro, that tank right there, fuck, I can't remember what it's called. The name of the tank is really fucking cool, but those tanks are specifically built for urban warfare, for having like a low profile so it's harder to hit the turret, right? Like it's a pretty unique tank that the Israelis have, and that's a really cool tank. If you watch the 1 second. Yeah, his video's right there. This Task and Purpose guy. How's it going, Dino Dude? Let me see here. Yeah, also, if you want to know about the tunnels, this video, really fucking interesting. Very cool. Very interesting to see. Merkava tank. This shit right here, this video right here, bro, makes this tank sound like such a mean motherfucker. All right. I want to have a, what's his name? Oh shit. You know what? Has Laserpig put out a video recently? No, he hasn't put out a video recently. Shame. But I want a Laserpig video on these tanks right here. That would be cool.
A ground operation. Since 2007, Hamas has constructed over 1,300 tunnels. Some of these are buried as deep as 30 to 40 meters to shield militants from attacks and feature hidden rocket batteries near the surface. These tunnels act as storage for weapons, operational bunkers, command hubs, and secret transit routes for militants and their weaponry, which includes rocket launchers. Additionally, some tunnels strategically connect Gaza to nearby Israeli communities, providing terrorists with a means to infiltrate, abduct, and launch attacks on Israeli civilians.
Now, my understanding is the tunnels that go into Israel have like predominantly, like overwhelmingly been destroyed. And then they have a whole bunch of sensors that make it to where it's hard for them to ever dig under the wall again. Because, you know, you can have sensors that are like what's the word? Richter scale. Like you can pick up vibrations. So it's really hard to tunnel under without Israel knowing now.
In the past, Israel has attempted to eliminate some of these tunnels
Seismic,
using
thank
other
you.
methods, such as combat engineering and the construction
Seismic
of an
activity.
underground border wall stretching several meters to deter tunnel assaults. However, unverified accounts suggest that Israel began deploying the bunker buster munition known as the GBU-28 against these tunnels during the Gaza War of 2008-9.
That's the one that's like links don't work, but sources said sources they used were Haaretz and BBC and CNN. Okay, well I'll look while we're listening to this.
And continued to do so thereafter. Bunker buster bombs, like the Guided Bomb Unit 28 or GBU-28, operate on straightforward physics principles. They consist of an exceptionally sturdy, narrow tube that is also incredibly heavy. When released from an aircraft, the tube gains significant speed and consequently kinetic energy as it descends. In essence, the GBU-28 is a fourth...
Wait, holy shit, just as a fucking aside, have they seriously they still haven't found the fucking mass shooter? What the fuck? Why? How? Is he actually gone Rambo and gone into the woods?
1,637-pound bomb that packs 630 pounds of high explosives. Outfitted with GBU-27 LGB kits, this bomb measures 14.5 inches in diameter and almost 19 feet in length. The device is guided by an operator who illuminates a target with a laser designator, and the munition then navigates toward the laser energy reflected from the target. The bomb also has a smart fuse, which detonates the bomb once it has penetrated deeply enough to destroy the target. The GBU-28 bomb is capable of penetrating 100 feet of earth or 20 feet of concrete. Needless to say, it has a devastating effect on both Hamas's tunnel network and any area near the point of impact. It is also known that Israel requested the GBU-72 bomb, which replaces the GBU-28 from the United States in 2021. Despite the absence of official reports confirming Israel's acquisition of this weapon system, the likelihood of its use in this air campaign remains significantly high. And
yeah, I didn't know kids could be lesbian, bisexual, or gay. Well, listen, dude, haven't you heard about more trans drone pilots now? More drone pilots that are trans now. Have you not heard about that, bro? Rainbow bombs.
And cannot be easily dismissed. The GBU-72 was developed to overcome hardened, deeply buried target challenges. This bomb is fitted with a more durable and efficient smart electronic fuse that can activate at a pre-programmed location. Reportedly exhibiting superior performance compared to the GBU-28, the GBU-72 not only obliterates nearby objects, but also generates a shockwave capable of inducing cave-ins in subterranean structures even farther from the intended target.
Can you imagine being like even near the vicinity of a bomb designed to go 100 feet underground and then explode with enough force to cave in tunnels in like let's say half a kilometer radius? Like that shockwave you're going to feel for a long way around it. Jesus fuck. Yeah. Really quick before we look at that last video, let's see here. Gaza is approaching a near total internet blackout. Gaza is approaching a near, thank you. As the region suffered its worst loss in connectivity since fighting first broke out on October 7th. Is this 37% speed or amount of people that can access? I don't know that. I don't know it. 37% of what? International routes suffered damage on October 27th, leaving fewer pockets of connectivity in the region and a total loss of connectivity for many. Okay, got it. UN aid agencies say they've lost contact with staff in Gaza. That's really bad. Well, the good thing is we can say that the overwhelming majority of the middle and south of Gaza is untouched, and so there is areas for people to. When they said leave Gaza, I guess they really were saying like leave these areas of Gaza. This is going to be the place where you're going to get fucked up. But this isn't showing like the population density. This is showing the bomb density. Okay, I get it. They're cut off. Okay, yeah, I'm not getting any. Let's see if we can just do Israel. Let's see if Israel by itself an hour ago. FT. What is FT? Financial Times. Okay. I can't read it. Why do you link me? Do you have subscriptions to all of these fucking news sites? Gaysreel. True. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. Fuck. Just Google the title. How would that help? Because if what I'm looking for is they're now fighting on two fronts, right? Why would me looking up something specifically in Gaza help me? Why is Panda still in the Discord? 1 second. Ban. Mods can go in and look at that ban reason. Here's a video.
Tonight, there are growing signs that Israel could be on the brink of launching a full-scale ground invasion of Gaza. Israel's military says it's expanding its ground operations there, and it has launched a massive aerial bombardment targeting the terrorist group Hamas.
Nah, Sig. I'm drawing a line in the sand. Maybe in a year, maybe when he gets, treatment for whatever fucking psychopathic fucking brain tumor is growing in his skull that's saying that like people should be able to rape other people as a result of other like an entirely separate group of people's actions. Like once he gets out of that brain tumor area, maybe I'll be willing to put up with it. But like, no, fuck that. I don't need to have like I don't have to. I'm not at the same point I was when I first started streaming where I needed to hold on to literally every single fucking viewer, every single fucking possible, viewer count that I possibly can, where I'm willing to put up with everything. Like I have a line, right? If you're going to be putting actual Nazi like propaganda or actually hateful shit in my chat, right? Like we'll give warnings, or if it's like in jest, then that can be acceptable. But if you're like a really actually fucking radicalized person that wants to rape Arabs as a result of the attacks in Israel, like, yeah, no, I don't want you in my Discord. I don't want you in my community. Fuck that shit. That's fucking way beyond anything that I'm okay with. I would fight you if I felt it was wrong. Yeah, no, I know. It's just like it's like actually appalling the things that he's said, and I'm not. Yeah. This guy here, yeah, the Panda dude is like actually a fucking political extremist.
As night fell over Gaza, Israel stepped up its bombing campaign again. Israel aims to degrade the military capabilities Hamas has to the greatest degree possible. In the last few hours, we increased the strikes in Gaza. The Air Force is striking underground terrorist facilities and terrorist facilities in a very significant way. Following the series of strikes of the last few days...
I mean, I've heard lefties defend Hamas bombing Israelis because of the occupation. Yeah, no, I don't. I'm not going to have people in here saying that all Jews need to die, all Israelis need to die. Yeah, I've like put out... actually, I need to like actually look at what videos we've put out because I can't remember which segments we have and haven't published. But like on stream, there have been multiple segments where I've sat there and I've fucking castigated the entirety of the online left for tolerating people who are saying that shit, right? Not even just the people who are saying it, but the people who are tolerating that fucking like sociopathic fucking actually evil behavior. Like that shit should not fly in any community, but damn sure isn't going to fly in my community. So no, again, Dino dude, like people in chat can attest. His was pretty unique in terms of people in my chat that in terms of any kind of real political extremism, it was pretty beyond the pale. Really, really beyond the pale.
The ground forces are extending the ground operation tonight. Israel has steadily been increasing its incursions into Gaza, using mobile units with tanks supported by jets and drones. A steady stream of attacks before an expected full-scale invasion. And the warning from Israel on Friday, it accuses Hamas of using Gaza's largest medical complex, the Al-Shifa hospital, as their military operational headquarters.
When medical facilities...
Really quick, can someone get me a confirmation, just like super quick, on whether or not... because I feel like I've read this multiple times, but I want to make sure before I keep on repeating it over and over. Hasn't Hezbollah said that if Israel were to do some sort of ground incursion into Gaza, they would get involved from the north? If someone can link me either a video that confirms that or an article, that would be really, or like a tweet that is referencing an article, that would be really, really cool of you, because I don't want to keep on repeating something if it's not been confirmed.
Are used for terror purposes, they are liable to lose their protection from attack in accordance with international law.
The challenge Israel faces, Al-Shifa hospital has become a refuge from the bombing for tens of thousands of Palestinians, an appeal by Israel's allies.
The United States has made clear in both public and private conversations that as Israel exercises its right, and indeed its responsibility, to defend its people against the terrorist group, it must do so in line with the rules of war. There are no law-free zones in war.
Israel has not yet succeeded in stopping Hamas firing rockets over the border from Gaza. The militant group says it fired a number of salvos on Friday. Rockets like this one, which hit a residential building in Tel Aviv, wounding several Israelis, a reminder that the terrorist threat from Hamas is still very much alive.
Well, journalist Sami Sokol is following this story in Jerusalem. He has more on the Israeli military's expanding operations tonight.
Yeah, so not only have they said that they're expanding the ground operations, but we have now reports from the ground, from the north of the Gaza Strip, that Israeli tanks are rolling into the Gaza Strip, and there is also Hamas fighters there that are confronting them. So this is like the most recent development. Earlier this evening, there was a bombarding of the Gaza Strip. People in the Gaza Strip are saying that this has been the worst bombardment since the beginning of the Israeli campaign. Israel has been both from the air, artillery, and from the sea. The extent of this bombing is that Israeli residents who live in communities outside the Gaza Strip have been reporting that their houses have been shaking and some of the windows have been shattered as a result of this bombardment that is taking place in the Gaza Strip. We also know that these strikes hit Jawal, which is the lead.
Out of curiosity, if I look up Israel and I go to, let's go to Israel, let's go to maps. I'm curious if we go to Gaza. Okay, so that's the closest town on the north. Damn, do you think that like 10 kilometers away? Well, this is the widest spot. So this would be like where the this is where the 10 kilometers would be at its widest, or like right here. So is there like a tool where you can measure? No, that's not anything I want. Yeah, I'll look at that in just a second. So if you're like, if they're bombing primarily in the north, then like up here is got to be where you're feeling those explosions. Over here is where you're feeling those explosions and like having your windows shattered. Jesus Christ. That's like, even if that, like, because Israel is a pretty small country, right? I think that from toe to tip up here, from toe to tip, we're looking at like 100 miles maybe, right? And then from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, I think it's like 50 or 60 miles or some shit like that. I don't know. I have no sense of, again, like I want there to be some tool where I could just like click and drag and see how far it is. But this is a very, very small country, right? Like I bet you that the greater Houston area where I live has a greater square mileage than Israel does. Like that's how big Houston is and how small Israel is, you know? We have about 200 of our guys in Lebanon doing UNIFIL operation. What is UNIFIL? I don't know what that is.
Leading Palestinian telecommunications company. It hit their facility, and now in the Gaza Strip, there's no internet, and the situation, of course, is very grave.
And Sami, I just want to make sure that we can confirm that you're saying that the Israeli military is saying that its forces are encountering Hamas militants inside Gaza. So this is the urban warfare that we've been warned about, correct?
Well, we still don't know the scope of this. We still don't know whether it's similar to what we've seen in previous evenings or whether this is something of a larger scale. But there are Israeli tanks now in the northern Gaza Strip.
And what can you tell us about claims by the Israel Defense Forces that the Al-Shifa hospital is being used by Hamas militants inside Gaza?
Yeah, well, today the IDF spokesperson spoke to a foreign media and told them that the Hamas headquarters, the military headquarters, are under the Shifa hospital, that Shifa hospital is being used by Hamas fighters, that there are tunnels that are leading and connecting between and under the hospital to the network of Hamas tunnels in the Gaza Strip. I mean, of course, Hamas has denied it. They issued a statement in which they deny this. And clearly, by making these kinds of statements, Israel is signaling to the world that regarding this hospital as a legitimate target.
Yeah, and we have to remind our viewers, we cannot verify these claims that are being made by the military, but if it is true, it does fall in line with what we've been hearing from Israel all along, that Hamas uses civilian areas as human shields, right?
Yeah, I mean, this kind of argument is something that we've heard over the years. But you have to remember that the Gaza Strip is a very crowded area. 2.3 million people are living in the Gaza Strip. And clearly the Hamas fighters are located in the Gaza Strip. I would also say that in Israel, you have also military facilities and military presence in civilian areas. So this is not something which is unique to Hamas, but this is a point that Israel has been raising again and again to justify the kind of campaign that it's waging against the leaders and commanders of Hamas in the Gaza Strip, and explaining why there have been so many civilian casualties throughout this air campaign.
Journalist Sami Sondsol with the latest developments tonight.
Oh, shit, I also missed this one, sorry. I saw David Tovarish, I don't know how to say that, sorry, say that the killing of Israelis was justified anti-colonial action. That's at least as bad as, if not worse, than someone saying rape Palestinians because of Hamas. I don't know what kind of statement that you want me to make. Like scroll through all of my most recent VODs on YouTube, all right? Like, look at the videos that we've posted about, like, the situation going on. I have no love for any of the fucking lefties who are saying disgusting things about the average fucking Israeli, right? I think that there are people who have, like, some slight disagreement with me on what the focus is or what could be done or what should be done, right? But generally have decent takes on what the situation is and who should be condemned and, you know, what the immediate aim and the long-term aim should be, right? But I've been very clear on anyone who is praising Hamas, anyone who is defending the action or justifying or, you know, equivocating Israel's actions and Hamas's actions. Like, we've been very strong in our condemnation of that, right? So, like, I don't know what you want me to say. I don't know how many qualifications I have to add. If, like, every single time I say Hamas is bad, I have to qualify with Israel is bad. Or if every time I say Israel is doing something that's bad to the Palestinian people, I have to qualify and say, but you have to remember there's bloodthirsty fucking, like, rapist terrorists that also live amongst them. Like, I don't know exactly what qualifications I have to put on there. But, like, I feel like I've been clear enough, you know?
From Jerusalem. Sammy, thank you. Well, our coverage continues now with Frank Ledwidge. He's a senior lecturer in strategic studies at Portsmouth University. He's also a former UK military intelligence officer, and he joins us tonight from Oxford. Frank, it's good to see you again. Let's talk about where we are right now. Israel's defense forces say that they are expanding their operations tonight. Do you think that this is the beginning of that much anticipated ground invasion?
There are three indications, Brent, that would indicate that it is the beginning of a military operation, and I'll come back to that in a second. First is the communications blackout, which will include electronic warfare to deny Hamas communications. So we've seen that for the last few hours, and we'll see that go on. And that will include cyber attacks as well as taking down radio towers. The second indication is a huge bombardment, and we really are talking about something.
I feel like... Never mind. That's a stupid joke. I believe if people on the far left are going to support Hamas openly, then it's okay to have some people on the far right support bloodthirsty Israeli actions to balance it out. Or maybe we could just criticize both groups of people who are saying disgusting things about, like, random innocent civilians, non-combatants. Like, I think that that's totally fine to just say both of these people are saying disgusting, inhuman, psychopathic, sociopathic fucking things, and neither side should be saying either of them. Like, you don't have to say, oh, well, one group of people is a bloodthirsty, you know, decolonial, terrorist supporting extremist group. Well, if they're going to exist, then we need to have an extremely bloodthirsty, you know, pro-rape, sociopathy, psychopathy, group on the right to balance it out. Just say, like, psychopathy, sociopathy, rape, murder, beheading of people, like, is bad no matter who fucking does it. That seems like such a fucking easy thing to do. I don't think that you have to have one to counter the other. Just say that both are fucking disgusting and bad.
considerable here. Bombs are being dropped at a rate of about heavy bombs every 10 seconds. And finally, there's the announcement of the Israeli Defense Forces. Plus, and I saw this as well,
just to be more understanding of your point. I know what you're saying, but we should allow for our principles to remain at the forefront. And my principles are: don't fucking rape and murder civilians. Don't fucking intentionally, murder as many civilians as you can. Right. And if there are going to be civilian casualties, then you have to, if there are going to be civilian casualties, then you need to reduce them to the maximum degree possible, you know? Hey, this stream got in my recommended. I'm new here. How's it going? Snap pack? Okay, if there's a better way to say that, please let me know. Welcome. We like to do some gaming, and we like to do some news analysis. All right. We're just vibing right now, and slowly getting irritated at the at the responsibility I have to make sure that everybody knows that extremist politics are bad. Okay? But I'm glad this showed up in your recommendeds. It means that our new editor is doing his job well.
The Israeli press is picking up that Palestinians are saying that Israeli tanks are conducting at least a raid in force. However, the US are advising the IDF very strongly. They have a very senior general in the Israeli headquarters advising them not to conduct huge or large-scale operations, but rather to conduct what we would call pulsing operations, which is to say large-scale raids, withdraw, large-scale raids to achieve objectives, withdraw. And I suspect that's what we're going to see over the next few weeks. If we don't, we'll know that they're not taking US advice.
Oh, wait, let me hear that last part again, because that's really important. U.S. advice on this is like the only thing, our pressure is the only pressure that's going to, on a unilateral sense, hold Israel back, put a little bit of a handicap, make them fight with one arm behind their back, because otherwise they will just go in there and fucking glass the place. All right, let's be clear. They're really fucking pissed. Okay, they're really fucking pissed, and understandably so, but that doesn't mean that just because you're pissed you can go through and fucking bomb the fuck out of a bunch of people,
General in the Israeli headquarters, advising them not to conduct huge or large-scale operations, but rather to conduct what we would call pulsing operations, which is to say large-scale raids, withdraw, large-scale raids to achieve objectives, withdraw. And I suspect that's what we're going to see over the next few weeks. If we don't, we'll know that they're not taking US advice.
The IDF says that the Al-Shifa hospital in Gaza is being used by Hamas militants as their main headquarters for military operations. They also say that Hamas is using civilians as human shields. Now, considering this, knowing that if you move into Gaza, you're talking about urban warfare, is there any way that the Israeli military, even if they destroy Hamas, that they can win this battle, because there's going to be so many civilian lives that will be lost?
Well, I've no doubt at all that the IDF is accurate on this. Not for nothing is Hamas called a terrorist organization. We saw a measure of them 3 weeks ago. The main weapon against the Israeli Defense Forces, of course, civilians. And the IDF is more than aware of that, I think. But also, it's fair to say, the military center of gravity of this operation, at least on Hamas's part, are the tunnel system. And the Israelis have plans for that. They haven't just discovered now that the headquarters of Hamas, if they are there, are underneath that hospital.
All right, let me see here. Okay, man, I've been looking at stuff for my school, but I ended up here, and now I'm glad YouTube is recommending smaller channels for once. Yeah, no, I'm not an expert on the algorithm. I used to be predominantly a Twitch streamer, but that ended for the time being until they roll out their new unban requests. So hopefully they have new algorithms for smaller streamers, and hopefully YouTube can focus on some of their streaming aspects, because god damn do I hate the back end for YouTube streaming. It is so fucking dog shit.
That's something they'll be aware of for a long time, and they will have planned for that. I seriously doubt whether they're planning to take down their hospital. That would probably be disproportionate under international law, and would of course present them with political problems as well.
Let's see PZH.
Egyptian officials are saying that unidentified drones hit 2 Egyptian Red Sea towns on Friday. We've got Israel accusing Yemen's Iran-backed Houthi rebels having the intention of harming Israel. What can you tell us about this, Frank?
Last week, an American destroyer, the USS Carney, shot down, I think, several dozen, tens of drones that seemed to have been fired from Yemen and were aimed towards Israel. Another drone fell on Taba, I think, yesterday, which is near the border. The Israeli Air Force today reported that it had engaged drones. It said it wasn't convinced it knew where they came from, but the heavy hints that it was Yemen again. And I suspect that the drones that crashed on on Egyptian territory today were being fired from Yemen.
Military analyst Frank Ledwidge joining us tonight from Oxford. Frank, as always, we appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Brent.
Well, meanwhile, the situation for the more than 2 million people trapped inside Gaza, it is growing worse by the hour.
So I guess what we're looking at right here, if they're going in to Israel, right? If they're going into Israel, or I'm sorry, if Israel is going into Gaza and they are following U.S. advice, then we should be looking at them going in with a huge fucking force, taking out a large military objective or some important military objective, and then pulling the fuck out while maintaining their bombing campaign, instead of just doing a large scale attack. That's what we're looking for. So I guess we'll keep our eyes on that. I don't know what that means, like how long the raids would be, because I'm not a military expert or anything. I don't know what the U.S.'s like military goals look like in that regard. So don't take my word on everything there. But yeah, that's what we should be looking for, instead of just like Israel going in, occupying, fucking trying to take block by block, building by building. I had never, in all of the videos that I've watched from people who are more educated than me, they all seem to not have a good answer or a good response for what the best, what's the word I'm looking for? The best military response would be. So if this is the best military response, then let's fucking go. Here, I'm going to wait right here for a second in the game and see if they wait, the U.S. already got involved in this? Well, insofar as the U.S. is advising Israel, but the U.S., I would say that there is less than a 1% chance right now, as the situation stands, that the U.S. is going to put boots on the ground anytime soon. If like the unlikely situation that Lebanon and Jordan and Iran start sending people over or start sending missiles over, I think it's increasingly likely, but we don't have boots on the ground. Now, in the let's go back to our Google map. So how do I just, there we go. Now, my understanding is there are right now somewhere in the Gulf of Suez or Aqaba, or in the Red Sea, somewhere over here, or in the Persian Gulf. There's some carrier group over here that's shooting down drones and missiles that are heading towards Israel. And that's what the U.S.'s involvement militarily is, right? You can't take... Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, nobody has a good answer, PZH, for what the best case scenario with a ground invasion is. But this actually sounds, if I'm thinking about it, instead of like going in block by block and then getting ambushed by fucking tunnels all over the place, it sounds like large incursion and then pull back for like one objective at a time. That sounds like a pretty good plan that nobody that I've watched who seems to have past military experience has brought up. But this sounds like I actually think I like that plan.
Trickle of humanitarian aid has been arriving, and supplies of food, fuel, and water have nearly run out.
In the Gaza Strip, the relentless bombing continues from the air and from the sea. Amid dire warnings that the trickle of aid that is getting in is nowhere near enough.
Basic services are crumbling. Medicine is running out. Food and water are running out. The streets of Gaza have started overflowing with sewage. Gaza is on the brink of a massive health...
Sorry, I missed Dino Dude's last response. Think of online politics on an Overton window. Recently, with the rise of tankies, the Overton window is slanted to the left pretty massively. If you are in the center, then you should appreciate having someone drag the spectrum to the right so you look moderate in comparison. You're now right on the online Overton window. But see, like, I understand what you're saying there. I don't draw pleasure from being in the center. I don't draw pleasure from being associated with the left or the right or the center or anything like that. What I don't think anyone ought draw pleasure from being seen on one side or the other in any political sense, right? Because then you're just like dogmatically supporting people that might not deserve to be supported. I don't think about it in that way. So maybe it's just the fact that we look at this in a fundamentally different way, but I do not care if people look at me like a right winger. I do not care if people look at me as a like huge soy lefty cuck. I would rather just like give my opinion on things. There are some things that people on the left are going to call me a degenerate, evil, right-wing conservative for, right? When I don't, support like when I don't support things like neo-pronouns or the like xenogenders, right? And I don't care when right-wingers call me a socialist, soy boy, gay, F-slur cuck when I say that trans people deserve to have, medical rights in the United States, right? Like that, it just doesn't bother me. So like if that's what the concern that you're bringing up is, that is not what my concern is. My concern is having consistent values and to the best of my abilities. Now I know, because I am not an expert, because I am not I am Hassan will say that he's just an idiot on the internet that's trying to make sense of the news. I don't think that he can use that excuse, because his literal job, everything about him, everything about his brand is built up around him being a news personality, right? That knows about politics. I'm in school for political science. I might want to get into like real life politics one day, but I am not an expert. And all I can do is try and give the most honest, like opinion that I have as possible. That's all I can do. Let me read chats for just 1 second. The fact that the carriers can shoot down drones and rockets from that distance, the map looks and sounds crazy. Oh, you should watch some of these videos, especially if you've never heard of Laser Pig. You should watch a Laser Pig's video. The lack of understanding that the average person has, especially me, I was super surprised at the range of some of the fucking, like, most fighter jets never have to see their targets. Most missiles will never, like, the people firing them will never see their targets, right? It is just, our technology is so advanced now that's where we're at. Xenogenders, should I be afraid to listen? Go to my channel and you'll see some debates on xenogenders. That was like a year-long arc where lefties, while I was being slowly ousted from the lefty community, people kept on challenging me on. So if you want to know what those are, I don't want to explain it right now. I do not care if people call me a vegan, atheist, capitalist. Yeah. What's stupid and can be dangerous is to blindly follow without thinking. Yeah. But do you not think normies take people who they're relatively in the center more seriously than pure rhetorical perspective? I used to think that. I used to think that the second that someone sees a label attached to someone, they will instantly write them off. And that's why I don't apply labels to myself, right? And I don't have, well, at least, you know what? Let me actually double check myself. Let me fact check myself. If I were to go to my YouTube channel and go to the About section, do I say what my... Yeah, I don't even have an About section. I need to fix that. I also need to fix these links because I am banned on Twitter. But yeah, I don't sell myself as a leftist. I don't sell myself as a conservative. I don't sell myself as a centrist, right? I don't sell myself as anything. So in order for people to actually know what my positions are, they have to listen to them. And I think that what people appreciate most, especially normies, right? Especially normies, is honesty and a humble or humility towards your level of knowledge and your perspective. I think that that's what normies, and that's what I appreciate, is when someone is honest about, like, this is the extent of what my knowledge is. Now, it could be different, and I will change my opinion accordingly, right? I thought more normies would watch if you called yourself centrist. Oh, I have no idea about that, to be honest. What do you think about white people being proud of who they are? What got you banned off of Twitter? Listen, I don't want to scare off new viewers immediately, okay? I got mad one day, okay? I got mad one day and I had an epic gamer moment. Okay? I didn't say anything racist or anything, but it was an epic gamer moment. That's all I'll say. But what do you think about white people being proud of who they are? It purely depends on what you mean by that. Do you mean like just being proud of being white? I think that that's kind of stupid in my personal opinion. But if you're like, I'm Italian or I'm German or I'm, British, I'm American, and being proud of that, like, that's totally fine. And I don't think most people would find a problem with that, right? But if you're like, it's the connotations of like, be proud of being white, right? Because we are better. When calling yourself white is a very American thing. I like epic gamer moments. You'll love me then.
Gaza, at the risk of diseases, alarming.
But I will say this in general, like you can be proud of like your like culture. You can be proud of your like nationality. I don't think that that's weird at all. But like being proud of just like having like a skin color is so fucking cringe to me, and I don't care who it is. Being proud of your skin color purely by like happenstance of birth is the most cringe loser shit, because all you're doing is you're like, oh, look at me, and look at what my ancestors have done. And it's like, what have you done, motherfucker? You're coasting off of the accomplishments of people that neither know you nor never cared about you, nor like your descendants will never care about you because you haven't accomplished anything yourself, right? You have nothing to point towards on your own accomplishments, so you're trying to ride off of the backs of people who died fucking 500 years ago, all right? Once you start having something yourself to be proud of, then maybe you can like say some shit like that, but like just purely off of being like one race or another, it's so cringe.
All of this is made worse by the fuel shortages. Around 200,000 people in shelters receive fresh bread from the World Food Programme every day, and the few bakeries that are still open are producing a fraction of what they were before the crisis began.
Exactly.
With no other options, this woman has resorted to using whatever paper she can find as fuel to bake bread on the streets.
We've gone to get flour under bombardment from a besieged area, and we've brought firewood from the streets, and we're risking our lives looking for paper.
Fresh water is also in short supply. Many in Gaza are now queuing up with bottles and canisters, unsure when the next delivery might make it through. Gaza health authorities warn that the hospitals are at breaking point, lacking medicine and fuel to carry out essential operations. The humanitarian situation on the ground is looking increasingly bleak. This woman, unable to breastfeed her...
I need to... can someone find me... I'm looking through the news tab on YouTube right now, just to see if there's anything that's popped up. But can someone find me an article on the status of humanitarian aid from Egypt into Gaza? Or from the UN being able to bring in humanitarian aid? Because I've heard on and off reports of, yeah, they've let some humanitarian aid in, or like they've let no humanitarian. I would like to know what the status of that is before I make a hardcore. Well, I should let me be clear. The fact that there is even a question if any humanitarian aid has been allowed into Gaza is enough of an indictment on Israel, right? 20 to 100 rucks of aid a day are let in now. Okay. I'll have to, I don't know if that is sufficient. I just genuinely have no, I have no sense of reference or scale of reference to know if that's enough for the amount of displaced people. It feels like 100 trucks of aid a day might not be enough to feed 2.2 million people, but I just don't have any way to know whether or not that's a lot of stuff. And I also don't know how much that has been on and off, you know? It needs fuel to ventilate its tunnel system. Oh, wait, what? I always felt weirded out about the idea of me being proud of my Czech nationality or even my whiteness. Like you said, none of those tell anything about my accomplishments or myself as a person. Yeah, fucking exactly. Like I don't think that it's wrong feeling proud of being like Czech, right? Like I increasingly over the past like 3 years, I'm pretty proud to live in America. Like America's like a pretty cool place, all things considered. Like we have problems, obviously. Every single fucking country on earth has problems, and because we are the fucking goddamn it, because we are the strongest, most powerful country in the history of the world, we're going to have way more problems internationally than any other country in the history of humankind. But I think overall, America's like a pretty cool place. And after, you know, visiting other countries, even though like it was still like a first world country, I went to Italy, right? After visiting that other country, it's like, wow, this would be like a really cool place to visit. It would be a cool place to live for a short amount of time. But I think that like ultimately, I'm really glad that I live in America, and I don't think that there's any problem. I don't think there's any problem with that whatsoever.
Her baby and lacking access to milk fears the worst.
My son's skin is gradually turning yellow due to the lack of breastfeeding. What has he done wrong?
Ooh,
what has
that's
this baby
really
done
bad.
wrong?
This man mourns the death of his wife and 8-month-old baby. Both
I'll
were
look at
killed
the
in an
ones right
Israeli
after
airstrike. Despite earlier Israeli assurances that southern Gaza would be spared, it seems nowhere is safe in the Strip, and fears about escalation will only be exacerbated by the sheer scale of the humanitarian crisis.
Well, the UN says that it will be forced to halt its operations in Gaza if fuel is not allowed into the territory. Samah Hadid from the Norwegian Refugee Council told us earlier what this would mean for the more than 2 million Gazans in need.
It means an absolute catastrophe for over 2 million people in Gaza, because food is running out, water is running out, and medicine is running out, and the aid that has come through is just not enough. It's nowhere near enough. And fuel is not being allowed to be delivered into Gaza. Hospitals need fuel to keep operating. Water pumps require fuel. Bakeries require fuel. So it's an absolute catastrophic situation. And the events tonight in Gaza are terrifying.
Good point,
Gaza
Steve.
right now is under a full communications blackout. And with the announcement that the Israeli government has launched a ground operation.
Oh, Dino dude, sorry, I didn't see that. They're not afraid humanitarian aid will be smuggled to Hamas operatives. Yeah, they are. That's why. That's what makes this whole thing very difficult for me to, like I can sympathize with a lot of the issues that Israel is dealing with when it comes to dealing with Hamas, while also not creating just like a mass starvation of the entire Gaza Strip, right? I can sympathize with it a lot, but like there has to be some balance that you find, and I think that the United States is the catalyst. The United States, the UN, and other, you know, like especially like Western countries. I hate to say like use that phrasing, but it's predominantly like Western countries that support Israel. Like these Western countries are pressuring the fuck out of Israel to not just like go full genocide, you know? Hamas has 1 million liters of fuel. It's stockpiling. All hospitals are fully fueled up. This is not true. I don't know what fucking information you're getting that from, right? I'm not trusting anything that just the Israeli media puts out, and I'm not trusting anything that the like Palestinian media puts out, like on its face. All right, give me some third party, some international organization, some like international news org, then I'll believe it. But like my understanding based off of every single fucking news source that I've seen is that there are like major issues with fuel, major issues with food and water. I understand why Israel is reticent to allow any humanitarian aid to go in, because Hamas are all motherfuckers and they deserve to be starved out. Hamas does. But Like we have to find a balance, and we have to find ways to mitigate the civilian cost while still fucking, you know, exploding the head of every Hamas agent there is, you know. There are aerial pictures of Hamas fuel storage. Is it actually Hamas fuel storage, or is it Palestinian fuel storage? And if it's Hamas fuel storage, then I feel like Israel would have already fucking bombed it, you know? It's funny, I feel the same way about the U.S. I acknowledge its dominance in the world order today, but it's not exactly a place I imagine living in. Yeah, well, that's the thing. I think that the reason why people are proud of the places that they live is because they have a lot of experiences there, and they have a lot of connections there, right? I don't have any, like, technically I have connections in Belgium because my grandmother met my grandfather during World War II, and she lived in Liège. So technically I have connections there, living family in Belgium, but I don't know these motherfuckers, right? Not to like shit talk them at all. They're all like wonderful people from what I understand, right? But I don't know them, right? I have a little bit of pride in, you know, Belgian stuff because my family has traditions from Belgium. But I don't see myself living there, you know? And I think it predominantly comes down to, do you have people that you know? Do you have reason to live there, like for your own personal, you know, feelings? Like, I think that's where like the pride in a nationality comes from, you know? It's not just fuel, though. Any good that could get to Hamas, be it fuel, medicine, or food, would be an issue for Israel. Yeah, I know. Which is why I'm saying, like, I'm sympathetic to the understanding on. I'm sympathetic to that, but I just need to. What we have to do is we have to find some healthy balance, you know.
We fear for the worst.
Yeah, Ms. Hadid, I just want to be clear. Are you saying that your organization is also going to have to halt its operations in Gaza?
Well, we've had to scale down our operations because of the bombardment and the lack of safety for our colleagues on the ground. We've continued to deliver cash assistance to support civilians and families to buy basic food items and other items on the market. But the aid relief is nowhere near enough to meet the growing needs on the ground. I mean, we need an urgent scale up of aid. All crossings need to be opened, and the Israeli government has to lift its siege off of Gaza.
And what about the situation in terms of medical care? We know there are reports that many, about a third, if not more, of the hospitals in Gaza have basically shut down. Are things improving as aid slowly begins to trickle into the territory? I think there was a report that, 10 European doctors have arrived.
The medical equipment and supplies that are coming through are simply not enough. And hospitals right now need fuel. They need fuel and electricity to keep running so that they can treat people with the right medical supplies and care. And this is just not happening right now. And with this escalation in violence, with Israeli ground operation being launched into Gaza, we will see widespread civilian bloodshed and even more destruction to civilian infrastructure. So our plea to the international community is to end this horrific suffering, call for a ceasefire. Enough is enough. Whilst this catastrophe is unfolding in Gaza, world leaders are still debating over a ceasefire at the United Nations. It's simply not good enough, and they must step up their efforts.
Ms. Hadid, I want to ask you what you've been hearing from your people on the ground in Gaza. You know that the Israeli military says that Hamas is using at least one hospital as its headquarters, where civilians, where patients are also being housed. Can they confirm claims like that? Have your people encountered Hamas militants on the ground?
These claims cannot be confirmed. And what we've seen over the past few weeks is indiscriminate Israeli bombardment over Gaza that has hit civilian infrastructure, has led to civilian casualties on a widespread scale. Thousands of children have lost their lives under Israeli bombardment. So we need the international community to really focus on ending this suffering and preventing further bloodshed. They really do need to step up and call for a ceasefire.
Sama Hadid from the Norwegian Refugee Council. We appreciate your time tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gotcha. Okay. I don't want to like stick like all we fucking have talked about for the past 2 fucking weeks has been Israel. So I wanted to like talk about some other things too, just so you guys know. Cause it does get a little bit tiresome watching the same, you know, couple of things over and 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 over. Don't forget the terror bombing during World War II was using the logic, well, technically this can be used by the military. Well, yeah, listen, I'm not going to sit here and defend all of the fucking quote-unquote morale bombings that happened during World War II. It's just not going to be... It's not. Okay, Hindustan Times. What? Okay, I'm going to do a media bias fact check. For the Hindustan Times. Isn't that Indian state media? I have no clue. It sounds like it. Bias and credibility. Bias and credibility. Left center, so it's not ultra biased. I think this is around where CNN is. But their factual reporting is mixed. Let's see why it's mixed. Failed fact checks. Say nationalism refers to Nazism. Man from India's Men are more than twice as likely to die from COVID-19. Misleading. Elephant was fed a pineapple with firecrackers. That the incident took place in Kerala's. Okay. And the promotion of propaganda. Got you. Okay, we'll still read it, but we'll keep that in mind while we read it. Comfortability with it, right? Well, I think that you can... I think it's easier to find pride in something that you're comfortable with than not. But I would have to think about that a lot. I would have to... I haven't thought about like national pride in a long time. I haven't had to like contend with. I haven't had to contend with like where should we draw pride from, since I was arguing with Nazis on a regular basis. And fortunately for the world, Nazism has taken a dip in popularity. So. But the pendulum always swings. Now we have a bunch of fucking crazy fucking commie fucking tanky Stalinist apologizers, you know? Stalin apologizers. Do you think nationalism is a good idea broadly? Broadly, I think it's neutral. But it has a very high propensity towards leading to bad outcomes. You have to have a healthy nationalism. That's something that I've been pushed on relatively recently. Really quick, if you haven't already liked the stream on YouTube, please do so. Also, we are monetized and you guys can get the membership. And I have someone working on little badges for you if you are part of the membership program on YouTube. So please, if you are feeling like helping me in supporting my channel and helping me pay the new, very driven and very decent editor that we just hired that has put out videos just every day since he got in charge, please consider subscribing to the membership program or subscribing to the channel. That also helps. The monetization issues that we're having with getting flagged for ad suitability is grating, okay? But yeah, we that would be really helpful. And if you're on Kick, we have 15 subscribers. Let's see if we can bump that number up, all right? I am a poor man who works a regular job as well. So any amount of support means a hell of a lot, you know? Okay, let's read this from PZH. Declared a power outage at Indonesian hospital in northern Gaza is a crime against humanity. Patriotism is fine, but nationalism. Well, maybe I need to like disambiguate those two terms in my head. I would have to think about it. IDF has released photographs on Tuesday showcasing what it claims to be fuel tanks within the Gaza Strip. IDF alleges that Hamas is storing significant quantities of fuel in the region, the Times of Israel reported. Okay, the Times of Israel is where they're getting this sourcing. And it's the IDF that's putting these images out. Again, what my standard is with the incentives for the IDF to justify strikes on areas, and the incentive for Hamas to lie about how many casualties there are, until there is some third party that goes in there and confirms this, I just don't. I have no reason to believe it just on its face. Let me see here. Hamas keeps claiming it doesn't have enough fuel to support. Well, hold on. Hamas, there is a difference between Hamas and Palestinians. If Palestinians have some fuel reserves, but it's only like 1,000 liters, or I'm sorry, 1 million liters, order of magnitude or two off. All right. What we need to do, decent, listen, I'm trying to like make it, I'm trying to make people get into watching it. All right. And we're working on formatting everything. All right, buddy. Now your AI stuff, now that's fucking hella cool. All right. But right now we are working on formatting all of our videos. Right now you're decent. I think in like 2 weeks, we'll solidify everything and it'll be 10 out of 10. Hamas reporters often lie and inflate civilian casualties. Yeah, there's incentives on both sides to lie. That's exactly what I'm saying. Only Americans use patriotism. Nobody in Europe sees it as a separate thing. Oh, well, I don't know enough about Europe to say. All right. Okay. Oh, yeah, I'm done with this. Is there anything else? What was the other clip that you wanted me to watch? No, I don't want to watch another goddamn. I don't want to watch another thing on Israel. Okay, there needs to be a change. There needs to be a change. I don't think generally Israel lies nearly on the same scale Hamas does. I think that the lies are different kinds of lies. Different kinds of lies.
For our daily cancellation today, we consult Fortune magazine, which reports that.
Oh, okay. Well, let's watch Soy Boy here. By the way, Redtron, I'm not trying to like insult you by saying decent. I wasn't like meaning anything by that. Okay, just so you know. Okay, let's see here.
Gen Z, according to research, may be psychologically scarred by high inflation. Even worse, says this research, the damage may be permanent. Reading on, Gen Z's early careers have been stifled by a number of challenges, from a once-in-a-generation pandemic and a war on European soil to spiraling living costs and recession fears that have led to widespread layoffs. But according to new research, the economic
what Matt Walsh is like the opposite of a soy boy? Isn't the whole thing being a Matt? Well, this is why I call him a soy boy, because like the way he presents himself, right? The way he presents himself on his videos, right? With this angle, right? He looks way more, he looks way more masculine than other images of him. Like if we look up Matt Walsh on images, he does not have the extremely strong man like physiognomy, right? He doesn't have the extremely, masculine character to him. Like the only thing that differentiates him from just like the soyest of soy boys is the fact that he's a very full beard, right? But if you take that beard off, he is like, please tell me that's not actually, no, that can't be him too. All right. I don't think so. That's not the same Matt Walsh. Can't be. I hope not. Lips too thin. Lips too thin. He's about as buff as you. Yeah, but I don't present myself as alpha male. I'm morally superior to everyone. I'm not like a hateful fucking like piece of shit like Matt Walsh is. So that would be the differentiation that I put there. I don't care if people call me a soy boy, and I don't like define myself by how masculine or, you know, how much better I am than other people because I am a quote unquote normal person, you know? Matt Walsh isn't a piece of shit. Yes, he is. He is one of the only people that I will say like unambiguously is just a hateful fucking person. He is a hateful piece of shit. To the point where like even when he's put out statements that the that his co-hosts or his like co-workers at the Daily Wire have said like, well, I might not have said it that way, right? Like they don't want to sell him out and say that they disagree or something like that, or that he was too mean, but like they try to distance themselves in like the nicest way possible from some of the shit that he said towards like Dylan Mulvaney, right? I do think that Matt Walsh is unambiguously a massive, horrible fucking piece of shit, a blight on the mediascape. Like I genuinely have no respect for this man whatsoever.
Backdrop in which young people are entering the workforce could have a much deeper impact on Gen Z than a squeeze on their lifestyles. Dayo Ebinusawa, founder of London's Awa Business School and a former lecturer at Cambridge University's Judge Business School, told Fortune on Monday that the ongoing battle with inflation would have had a serious impact on the mindset of Gen Z workers, those aged 26 and under. Gen Z will be left with psychological scars from persistent inflation due to increased uncertainty and anxiety, he cautioned. A society where the young have little to no hope for the future is not a sustainable one. Not only will Gen Z be left with psychological scars, society at large will also feel the impact of those scars. So young people are not just dealing with a rocky economy, they are experiencing permanent psychological damage, a terminal loss of hope, and a profound sense of unease and anxiety. Now, of course, we hear a lot about the anxiety of Gen Z these days. In fact, The Hill just reported this month that Gen Z is the most anxious generation in history. And before Gen Z, we were told that millennials were the most anxious in history. Now, apparently, we have been unseated. We have been dethroned by Gen Z. Reading now from that report, a new report from data management firm Harmony Healthcare IT shows that 61% of Gen Z have a medically diagnosed anxiety condition. The report includes a survey of about 1,000 Gen Zers or adults aged 18 to
61%? Okay. I might have my first moment where I agree with Matt Walsh on something. I think that the diagnostic criteria for anxiety disorders, like there's two possibilities here. Either people genuinely are just like becoming more anxious because the world around us is just that much shittier. I don't know. I don't know if that's true. I just don't think that that's true. I think that the world has always had like major issues like is going on right now. I think that the problem is the access to information. People have so much access to information that it's actually making us have a more difficult time in or it's making it more difficult for us to parse the severity towards our everyday lives of any given news story, right? Because people who are advocates for like certain political things, they're going to, they're going to make it sound like the worst possible thing of all fucking time, right? If you talk to someone whose like major political issue is making sure that dogs are getting neutered and spayed so that we don't have an overabundance of dogs and cats out in the wild. They're going to make this sound like an apocalyptic problem so that more people will give money to their organization so they can lobby the government to change laws and shit like that. And definitely, there are definitely issues that could be apocalyptic in nature, right? Like, geopolitically, right? It is possible that the Israeli, invasion of Gaza, right, the Hamas attack, and all the fallout from all of that could lead to a broader regional conflict. All that's fucking true. At the same time, I think that like every single political issue becomes apocalyptic to a lot of people, even like to the point where there's the arguments about like trans genocide, when there are definitely incredibly disgusting laws being written about trans people in different state legislatures, right? But I don't think that we're at genocide right now. I don't think we're at any kind of apocalyptic apocalyptic juncture where it's like either we go towards apocalypse or we enact socialism now. So I don't know if the diagnostic criteria for anxiety disorders is just too broad or too loose, or if people just have too much access to information, it's making them more anxious. But I think that needs to be either needs to be tightened up, or we need to find a way to mitigate the information out there.
26, who struggle with anxiety.
Oh, 1 second. Dylan Mulvaney is very obnoxious and mocking of women, though. No, you know what? I would have said the exact same thing at the very beginning of Dylan Mulvaney coming out and putting out TikToks. But I think that Dylan Mulvaney, she's done a lot of really cool things, a lot of really cool interviews, a lot of she's come into her own on a lot of different in a lot of different ways. And I don't think that Dylan Mulvaney is nearly as bad as when she started out, and she's never been deserving of the kind of disgusting fucking remarks that Matt Walsh put out. Like, that shit was beyond the pale. It was actually like subhuman the way that he talked about another human being. People on the far left don't get any social stigma online or in colleges for being radical. People on the far right do. Well, that's changing, especially when you look at the response to the things that people are saying on college campuses right now about Hamas, about Israel, right? That there's definitely a change in that attitude towards, oh, well, we're just kind of look the other way. They're just crazy kids, right? Or they mean well, right? Like, I agree. There is way too much charity granted for the kinds of pieces of shit that will project onto their college campuses messages like, oh, well, we must celebrate the martyrs of the October 7th attack at George Washington University. Yeah, obviously that needs to be condemned, and I think that it has been condemned largely, and I think that that's the kind of thing that we need to happen. But yeah, I think that it's not that I'm only criticizing people for being socially conservative. If you're too far left leaning, you're not going to catch me defending. You're not going to catch me defending people who are so left leaning that they're actually harming the prospects of trans people out there, or actively harming the prospects of getting decent legislation across that would help poor people. You mean these comments? Oh yeah.
You are manufactured.
This is disgusting.
Weird and artificial. You are manufactured and lifeless. You are unearthly and eerie. You are like some kind of human deep fake. That's what you are. You are a man deprived of all the best qualities of men, but without any of the best qualities of women. Even your personality is contrived. Everything about you is fake. Nothing about you rings true. Nobody buys the act. You'll never be accepted as a woman by anyone. Never by anyone. Even the people who pretend to accept you as a woman are only pretending because they're afraid of being lectured if they don't, or because they want to use you as a platform to virtue signal. But everyone who looks at you will see something pitiable and bizarre, something utterly unfeminine in every way. You will never be able to actually have the identity that you're trying to appropriate, nor will you ever be able to fully escape the identity that you're fleeing. The best you can hope for is some kind of limbo, the worst of all worlds. And yet, even in that limbo state, you will still be a man.
Like, this is like utterly fucking deplorable, like dehumanizing language towards someone. Like, it is unconscionable to speak about someone like this. Well, Dino dude, agree to disagree on that one. Yeah, he is actually a disgusting fucking like subhuman piece of shit. I genuinely despise Matt Walsh.
Anxiety about their anxious thoughts. And while experiencing anxiety is nothing new for Gen Z, more than half of survey respondents, 54%, said their anxiety has been worse this year. And out of those with anxiety, 43% said they experience a panic attack at least once a month, if not more frequently. The most common cause of their anxiety, the future. Most of those surveyed have said the future was the biggest worry, while 45% said it was finances. Almost 1 in 3 Gen Zers surveyed with anxiety said they used medication.
You know what I would be curious too? I wonder if there's like a general, because of the movement to destigmatize mental disorders or anxiety disorders, all these things. I wonder if there is some amount of what's the word I'm looking for? I wonder if people have lost the ability to create coping mechanisms themselves, right? Before like going to a therapist and getting or like a psychologist and getting diagnosed and given medication. I wonder if like the lack of general coping mechanisms that most people, I wonder if it's like actually more people that have these disorders, or if because there's more information of them out there and people are more accepting of them and people are able to access like medications rather than finding, non-medical ways of coping with anxiety. I wonder if that leads to this increase, like just more people getting diagnosed because more people are seeking diagnoses, The fact that Matt Walsh said that and had to go, yeah, that's good. Let's put that out. Yeah, put out that. Yeah, he's just not he's not a good human being. Okay. I got an email from YouTube on my phone and I was like, "Uh-oh, did I get demonetized? Did I get did I get copyright striked?" No, it's just YouTube creators. Let's go.
To help them manage the symptoms. Okay, 61% have been medically diagnosed with anxiety disorder. So think about that for a second. That's a staggering number. 61%. Yes. That is how anxious these young people are.
And, wait, hold on. I wonder.
Many of them
let me look at the actual article that he's referencing here. What?
And before Gen Z, we were told that millennials were the most anxious in history. Now, apparently, we have been unseated. We've been dethroned by Gen Z. Reading now from that report, a new report from data management firm Harmony Healthcare.
Harmony Healthcare anxiety. Harmony Healthcare. Harmony Healthcare anxiety report. Let's see what we can find. Marco, are we back? Marco Polo, Marco. How long was I gone? Let's see if it's this website. Let me try and hit refresh and see if that kills my internet again. About a minute? Jesus fucking Christ. This website fucking killed my connection. What the fuck? In our Gen Z State of Mental Health report, we discovered our top diagnosed mental health condition is anxiety. Also, speaking of conditions. My condition right now is that it's really fucking hot up here. Top 5 causes. Okay, he's talking about all of this. Let's run the fan for 2 more hours. Turn on our fucking AC. Holy shit. What causes the most anxiety? The general public? How some Gen Z cope with anxiety. Eating unhealthy food, marijuana, alcohol, binge eating, vaping, tobacco. I would, you know what? I also wouldn't doubt that the unbelievable amount of like social media use leads to a ridiculous amount of anxiety, but let's keep going. Nearly 3 in 4 get anxious making calls or talking on the phone, and yet 91% of Gen Z sleep with their phone within arm's reach. Nearly 3 in 5 feel panic when their phone battery is running low or the internet isn't working. And 22 have reported feeling increased heart rates, sweating, and restlessness in situations where they can't use their phone. That's bad. The general public being the most anxiety-inducing? Well, I'd be curious to ask why. Like, I understand a lot about Gen Z because I'm just on the cusp of Gen Z, right? Gen Z starts in, depending on who you ask, either 1996 or 1997. I was born in 95. So for me, I grew up with a lot of Gen Zers. I grew up with a lot of Zoomers. I grew up with a lot of millennials, right? I'm just on the cusp. The general public does not. I like going to crowded places, but maybe it's because I've never been. Like, I live in the 4th largest city in America, but we're so spread out. It's like my city, the greater Houston area, has the same. It has more square mileage than the state of Connecticut. So, like, we have the largest population, right? Or the 4th largest population, but we're just so spread out. So we don't have, like, people walking down the street constantly. And even if we did, it would be suffering because it's so hot here. So I just don't have that experience. But I just don't know why the general public would be the thing, Let me see here. But yeah, the phone thing is actually ridiculous. The other day, the AT&T, they dropped all their cell services, right? All their towers went down, and I had no cell service, and I was fine. It was chill. There's other things to keep me occupied, Maybe it's because Gen Z completely grew up with the internet, which allowed them to see the worst of humanity after a few clicks. I mean, yeah, I think that the internet has caused a lot of fucking major issues with the way that we interact with each other, how easy it is to interact with each other. Especially from my early 20s, when I actually started being involved with internet communities online, I feel like it's been more difficult for me to, I feel like it's been more difficult to engage with people around me in, like, public settings, right? Because my humor has definitely been poisoned by the internet, and I don't want to accidentally say some shit that might be offensive to someone, right? Because I can meme with the best of them, but I don't want to meme with the softer people in the world, right? Like, that just feels like it would be a disaster. But yeah, so that's like my experience with like why it would be difficult to communicate with more people abroad. There was a period of time where I was a little bit fucking concerned about mass shootings, especially after the mass shooting at the gay club in, was it Miami or was it Orlando? It was Orlando. So that one was really scary. The music festival shooting in Las Vegas was really scary for a while to me. But we live in America. You're gonna have to cope with that somehow because you're not gonna get away from it, right? So I guess like I've definitely felt anxiety before in my life, right? And I think I can accurately say I've had like one panic attack as a result of like really bad financial issues and really bad, just like issues with life all like coming down at once. But I think I've only had once in my entire life an actual like panic episode. So I can't really relate to this like once a month thing, you know?
T shows that 61% of Gen Z have a medically diagnosed anxiety condition. The report includes a survey of about 1,000 Gen Zers, or adults aged 18 to 26, who struggle with anxiety about their anxious thoughts. And while experiencing anxiety is nothing new for Gen Z, more than half of survey respondents, 54%, said their anxiety has been worse this year. And out of those with anxiety, 43% said they experience a panic attack at least once a month, if not more frequently. The most common cause of their anxiety, the future. Most of those surveyed have said the future was the biggest worry, while 45% said it was finances. Almost 1 in 3 Gen Zers surveyed with anxiety said they used medication to help them manage the symptoms. Okay, 61% have been medically diagnosed with anxiety disorder. So think about that for a second. That's a staggering number, 61%. That is how anxious these young people are. And many of them are having panic attacks once a month. I don't even know what a panic attack is, but they're having them all the time.
I also, like, for people who have never experienced them, I also, like, guess I can't blame them for having less sympathy because it sounds really stupid. Even when I was pissed that I was having an anxiety attack because I didn't want to be that person. But, like, it sounds really stupid, but it kind of sucks. It kind of feels like the entire world is fucking ending and you just need to fucking breathe and get through it and then you're fine, right? But it does feel like the world is fucking ending if you have a panic attack. So I can sympathize with people a lot more now that I've had that experience. If you've never had an experience with a panic attack, it probably sounds like, bro, just stop being anxious, bro. Just like get the fuck over it. It really does feel like that. But I feel like anxiety attacks come about as a result of not having the ability to, or not having any coping mechanisms that you've built up, right? And having people kind of cheerlead the like it's okay to have anxiety, right? Type thing. Like I think that the general, now I could be pushed on this pretty. Hold on, I might want to know the definition of a panic attack. Well, let's look at that article again. But fuck, I completely forgot what I was saying just a couple of seconds ago because of that. What was I about to say? I said that if you've never had it, you can't sympathize with it. Coping mechanisms, general acceptance. Oh, I think that the general push for acceptance of like mental health conditions is good, but like a lot of things, I think that it's going slightly too far. And I could be pushed to say that it's going way too far pretty easily too. Because I think that for a lot of like, psychological conditions, a lot of people in the past just learned how to cope with these things in a healthy manner without medical intervention, right? Because the effects or the symptoms of these mental conditions were so stigmatized that to show them outwardly would just be, social suicide. And to a certain degree, and this is probably one of my if not my most like right-wing takes on trans people. I think that there are a lot of trans people out there who have like, because it's not like you either have a mental disorder or you don't. There's different severities for every single thing, which is why we have diagnostic criteria, and you can meet some of these criteria but not others and still be diagnosed, right? Or meet some of these criteria and not others and not be diagnosed, because the level of it isn't enough to interfere with your everyday life. I feel like there are some trans people that have some level of gender dysphoria that could be mitigated. All of the mental incongruity could be mitigated with non-medical intervention, right? No hormones, no surgeries, right? No transition, etc. And they would lead happier lives than if they, have to contend with getting those hormones every month, making sure that they pass, feeling like that is the most important thing in the entire world. So I think that there are good things about the general acceptance of, psychological conditions, stuff like that. There's good things about that, but there's also really, really bad things that come out of that as well. Let me see here. I want to see like the anxiety attack part. These are positive coping mechanisms. Here, let's control F, attack. Panic. Okay, where is he getting that panic attack thing once a month? Because I'm assuming that he's just... Where did he get the panic attack thing once a month? Because I've control F'd it and we're looking at the same exact article. Anxious about finances. It could be isolating. How they cope with it. Complicated and with their phones around the holidays. I'm not seeing anything on here. Am I blind? Did you guys see where he got that number? Maybe we're gonna have to go back and see where he got that number. Oh, in the infographic? Fuck me. 43 deal with panic attacks monthly or more. Okay, there we go. Jesus. And they don't define panic attack. If it's just self-report, let's look at the methodology and see if it's all just like self-reporting. Oops. Methodology. Oh, it's all self-reporting. So take a lot of the numbers here with a little bit of outside of the diagnoses and the medications that they're taking. Like when it comes to like the only self-reporting things, like deal with panic attacks monthly or more, or say their anxiety has been worse in 2023, I would say take those with a grain of salt. Okay, let's keep listening to Mr. Matt Walsh.
That's how anxious they are. It's how difficult their lives are, how terrible the situation that they find themselves in is. At least that's what we're supposed to believe anyway. And listen, there is no denying that the economy is in rough shape, right? Inflation is a major problem. The American dream is harder to attain for young people today than it was for boomers when they were this age. My parents' generation, they were able to trade like 2 pineapples and a bag of flour for a single family home with a half acre of land. And I may be slightly exaggerating, but the point is that a certain lifestyle was much easier to establish and maintain only a few decades ago. There's no denying that. And beyond.
Well, why? That's a pretty crucial reason, right? It's not because of like the failure of America. It's because the how people view housing has changed tremendously. Back in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, I think up until around the mid 80s, housing was seen as a commodity, not as an investment, right? And that's really, really, really major. If you look at something as a commodity, you can buy it and sell it, and it doesn't really matter that much, you know. You can buy it and trash it. It's just something that you buy, right? Whereas like in the 50s and 60s, people's homes would be less valuable, would cost less than the average, you know, family car, right? It's the attitudes and the financial strategies that people have used that have changed over time. That's what's changed over time, not necessarily just like how bad the world has gotten. We have a significantly different view about what housing is. It's not a commodity anymore. It's not something that we see as a necessity necessarily, right? When it comes to like owning a house, right? What it is something that you put your money into to build wealth, right? That's what people view housing as, at least in America. I can't speak to like Czechoslovakia. Is that what it's still called, or is it Czechia? I feel like it's called Czechia now, right? Schoolwork and hit the bed soon. Hey, I really appreciate that Schnapp pack. Hey, also, let me know how to say that, all right? Because I'd love to see you in chat more. Houses are expensive. We could build more houses. Well, yes, that's also a thing that we could do, or what we need to do. We need to build way more houses. But then there's the NIMBYs, you know?
On the economy, it's also true that our culture is in bad shape. The situation abroad is even more volatile, and so on. So there are challenges. There are difficult challenges. Nobody can pretend otherwise. That said, there is a real tendency to grossly exaggerate the difficulties that we face today. And it's not just Gen Z. In fact, I recently saw a viral meme that was doing the rounds on Twitter, and it has this whole woe is me shtick, except for millennials. And the meme shows Matthew McConaughey puffing on a cigarette with a shell-shocked look on his face, along with the caption, "Millennials living through Y2K, 9/11, a plague, 2 economic recessions, and a possible World War III before they turn 40. Now, it's true that some of those things were hard. On the other hand, if you're including Y2K on your list of generational...
Wait, hold on. Y2K, 9/11, and a plague, 2 economic recessions, and a possible World War III before they hit 40?
Recessions, and a possible World War III before they turn 40. Now, it's true that some of those things were hard. On the other hand, if you're including Y2K on your list of generational traumas, then it's clear that you're really trying to pad the stats. Because Y2K is famous for being an occasion where literally nothing happened at all. As for the rest of it, some of it, 9/11 especially, also the government response to COVID, qualify as legitimately catastrophic. But if you...
It wasn't just the government. It was an actual, like, pretty horrible fucking thing. COVID it killed a lot of people, Matt. People died, Matt, right? Like, it's like the old Squirtle meme, like, I'm dying, Squirtle. I'm on fire. I'm dying, Squirtle. Like, it was actually a bad thing, even though we can meme about it and we can say that there might have been some things that were good and some things that were bad in the government response. Like, if you want to, like, take I am a nuancer, right? Like, even if you want to take that position, like, COVID was bad. Lots of people died, Matt.
Take a couple of steps back, you can see that we have had it relatively easy by comparison. So consider, for example, that somebody born in 1910 would have, before retirement,
Czechoslovakia is not
lived
a thing,
through
everybody.
World
Keep
War
that in
I,
mind.
World War II, the Great Depression, the Spanish flu, the Cold War, the Korean War, the Vietnam War, and a presidential assassination. That's only a partial list.
And we're probably going to experience that much shit going on in our lifetimes too. Like, we live in a small world, all things considered. Okay, we live in a small world, and there are a few, like, huge actors at any given point. There's going to be wars, hopefully fewer than my grandfather and my father have lived through, right? That would be great. But yeah, there's going to be, like, more things that go bad over the course of our lifetimes. Okay.
Somebody born a century before that would have experienced 2 wars, or more like 20 wars if you count all the Indian wars individually. before the Civil War, in which 2.5% of the country's population died. 2.5%, which is the equivalent of around 8 million American casualties today.
Yeah, but who fucking cares? Who cares? Because that's not what we're talking about. Like, we don't have stats on what their mental condition was like after that. And also, they were like the majority of like human beings in the world, in America even, were largely separated from the effects of that, right? So it's not like there were going to be large scale. We didn't have access to information in the same way. Most people didn't have hourly updates on the fucking like Battle of Gettysburg, right? Like it's not like it's going to cause that much anxiety when you don't have the hour-to-hour coverage, the constant, barrage of information. And I think that that's probably a huge reason why people have anxiety now.
So imagine like the entire population of Virginia dying a horrible death in the span of 4 years, and you get an idea of the devastation. So my point is not to downplay our struggles today, it's to put them into perspective. And to make the point that every generation of human beings who've ever lived have faced turmoil and tragedy. This is the price of admission into the human species. It's a condition of existing on the planet. And in fact, it remains the case that most generations of humans, perhaps only with the exception of the baby boomers, who had it really easy, but everybody else, they have had, by any objective measure, a significantly more difficult time than us. Certainly they have us beat when it comes to economic hardship, war, disease. I mean, you should thank God every day that you didn't happen to be born in France in the year 1340, a few years before the Black Death would proceed to wipe 200 million people off the face of the planet.
Okay, this is so fucking retarded.
As everyone around you breaks.
This is so fucking retarded. Like, you say you're not trying to downplay the things that are happening today because there are actual issues, but then you bring up the motherfucking Black Plague. Like, I'm sorry. Yeah, we have different issues now, but and we're not at the level of the Black Plague wiping out, 60% or some shit like that of the population of Europe. Yeah, that was obviously really fucking bad. Do you think that they had, do you think that they just like strongmanned their way through the fucking Black Death and nobody had any negative mental outcomes as a result of that, you fucking retard? Well, actually, you know what? Let's think about that. Maybe they didn't have any negative mental outcomes from that because everyone that was like significantly impacted by it died. This is so fucking stupid.
Out in festering, oozing boils before they eventually die in puddles of their own vomit and blood, only to soon suffer the same fate yourself. And then you'll get a pretty good idea of why you are, in many, many ways, incredibly blessed to have been born at a time when a bad cold is the only, quote, plague you've ever experienced. Our friends at Genucell have launched a new product called Genucell 3, which works fast on your under-eye bags, even compared to most of the people who
don't care.
Hundreds of. If you don't look and feel your absolute best, you'll get your money back, no questions asked. That's genucell.com/WalshYT.
Yeah, I know.
Now again, the fact that hundreds of generations of humans have had lives that were something like 1,000 times more difficult and arduous and brutal than ours, that doesn't make our own sufferings illegitimate. It just means that we should have perspective. And part of having perspective is realizing that no matter how hard you think you have it, you essentially live like a Roman emperor compared to almost everyone who's ever existed on the planet, and even compared to most of the people who currently exist on the planet.
Something to consider is that human beings are really, really good at adapting to new environments, right? So like, even though a fucking Roman emperor didn't have a fucking, a refrigerator and a microwave, and look how much better off you have it than a fucking king. Kings had access to things that we would never dream of, like servants to take care of our everyday fucking needs, right? Like, they had it easier than the average person today. I'm going to say that. Given the, if you account for the difference in technology, right, and the difficulty that people had back then, it's not that we're living better than kings, right? It's that we are living the same lives as people in our socioeconomic caste as people back then. We just have it better. Today we have like an easier time with acquiring food, right, and fighting off disease. Like that's what I'll say. We have it better than like an old English king, right? We're not going to like die because we broke our arm and it gets infected, right? Like that's something that's just probably not going to happen, right? Or at least happens at such a like minuscule rate in the United States or in any like developed country that we're not gonna have to deal with that. So our lives are better in that respect. But in terms of like the everyday like rise and grind, it's probably about the same. Like when accounting for like adapting to new environments, right? And we have different issues than they had back then, right? We just do. Significantly different. Right? People back then didn't have to deal with the constant barrage of information. People back then didn't have to deal with the unbelievable. Oh, damn it! I'm so fucking tired of not getting the skip bonus. Wait, do I have the skip bonus? I keep on trying to get the skip bonus. I already have it. I'm such a fucking idiot. Yeah, so we're adaptable, right? If you take someone who's lived in luxury their entire life, and then you upend their entire existence, and you make them, you know, a common prole like us, right? Us Sondsol viewers out there, they'll adapt to it, and then they'll have a new standard, a new normal, right? And that's just the reality of being a human being.
So then we have to ask, why is Gen Z so especially traumatized and psychologically scarred and anxiety-ridden?
It's because
sure, rent is too high, mortgages are too high, groceries are too expensive, but does that justify over half of an entire generation being diagnosed with an anxiety condition? Does that justify monthly panic attacks? Does that justify being dependent on psychiatric medicine to function? Like, it's not that bad, okay? It's just not. Now, those people in the past who endured hardship that Gen Z can't even begin to fathom, they didn't need anxiety medication. They had never heard of panic attacks either. Like, that didn't exist. Panic attacks are new. That didn't happen in the 1800s. Nobody was talking about panic attacks.
That's so fucking retarded. Yes, they had panic attacks in the 1700s. Yes, they did. Okay. Yeah. If you think otherwise, you're just like actually retarded. It's like saying schizophrenia didn't exist in the 1700s, right? It's like saying fucking obsessive compulsive disorder ADHD didn't exist back then. It did. Right. In fact, like people who have researched some of these diseases, especially like ADHD, say that it was probably an evolutionary like boon at some point in time when we were hunter gatherers. But, you know, because it's not very helpful and conducive to the way that we live today in like more organized settings. Right. Where like time management is much more important. Now it's a mental disorder and not an evolutionary boon. Like this is just like so unbelievably, unfathomably fucking stupid.
So
this is like we're like one step away from him saying like psychology isn't a real science, right? Like mental health doesn't even exist, bro. Just like change your mind, LOL. Just like stop being obsessive compulsive. Just like stop being schizophrenic, LOL. Like shut the fuck up.
So what's the problem? Is it that people today are just simply weak? Is it as simple as that? Well, yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's as simple as that. That's actually what's happening. As a group collectively, we certainly do not experience more suffering or more hardship than humans of the past, but we are less able to deal with suffering and hardship.
Damn, I have to pause him every fucking 2 sentences because every single sentence that comes out of his mouth is fucking stupid. We don't suffer enough? Are we now on the suffering is good train? Like, suffering, the one thing that humanity has been trying to avoid their entire fucking existence on this planet as a species? That thing that everybody recognizes is bad? The J-Elite position, true. Suffering builds character.
Cross that we carry is smaller, it's lighter, but our shoulders are not as broad and our backs are not as strong. And there are many reasons for this. We live in relative comfort and luxury, which has made us soft. We also, again, as a culture, are more secular, more nihilistic, more materialistic. And this has caused a kind of spiritual atrophy that has made us psychologically brittle. But, and things like dealing with the reality of death is, I think, much more difficult for us because we are secular, materialistic, nihilistic. You know, we believe that we're going to die and fade into non-existence, which I think makes death far more terrifying. Anyway, so there's a lot going on, but underlying all of that is the uniquely modern assumption that life is supposed to be essentially pain-free. So we think that we are entitled to comfort, that we have the right to avoid suffering and hardship, and those are assumptions that our ancestors would have never made. Our ancestors encountered death and pain and suffering, and they said, well, this is what life is. It's not that they weren't sad about it. Okay, they were sad, they were distraught, a family member dies, something terrible happens, but they said this is what life is. Life is suffering. We encounter that sort of thing, much less of it.
Because we've found ways to mitigate that suffering. The family member dies, your fucking 5-year-old daughter dies because she caught fucking mumps and it turned into, you know, scarlet fever or whatever the fuck mumps turns into. Or am I thinking of something else? Like fucking, yeah, we found a new normal that we can look at. And that's a good thing. It is actually a good thing Damn it! Please don't die on the last fucking. Oh, 1 second, guys. I breathed. I'm better. I've breathed. I am better. I've breathed. I am better.
And we say, no, it's not supposed to be this way. It's not fair. It's not fair. This is not how life is supposed to be. You see all these videos of Gen Z people that are like in tears because they have to work 9 to 5 now. In tears about it. It's not supposed to be this way. This is not how life is supposed to be. No one in history thought that way. Everyone in history said, well, of course you have to work. What else are you going to do in life? It's life. What do you mean? It's not fair. Not fair compared to what? Most of the anxiety and trauma and psychological scarring comes not from the suffering, but really from this refusal to suffer. This insistence that life owes us something else, something better, when in fact it owes us nothing. Now, I'm not offering any kind of great insight here, but it's
the idea. Now, here's something I disagree with, and this is just like a disagreement on how people view it. I don't feel like people feel like they're entitled to a pain-free life, because I don't think that people think that deeply about it, right? I think that we have specific problems in the day and age that we live in today that are unique to the day and age that we live in. And because of that, people do feel like there ought be mitigating factors. So, for example, healthcare, for example, housing, right? Like those are two really big things. On a lower level, maybe like education being free or something like that, because it does lead to a genuinely higher quality of life. Take it from me, a guy who has been in college for 10 years because he can't decide what he wants to do and changed his major 7 times, okay? Like having an education and having a job that pays well, right, is a genuine boon to your life, right? Having financial stability, which is not the it's not uncommon. I wouldn't say it's like the most common thing with people today, but it's not uncommon to be like completely financially unstable in the US, right? So people feel like when there was this standard of financial stability that was relatively easy to access in the past, right? People are going to feel a little I was about to use a word that's very out of date. Is there a better word for like getting? Forgive me for my right wing slurred usage here. Is there a better word for gypped? People feel gypped that like in the past you could get just like a pretty easy blue collar job right out of high school and then afford a house and afford to feed a family, et cetera, et cetera. Whereas now, like the hoops you have to jump through in order to achieve that same quality of life and that same security in your own life is the hoops you have to jump through are so much narrower and so many more of them. So
somehow insight that has never occurred to a shockingly large number of people in modern culture. They have lived their whole lives without anyone responding to one of their complaints by saying, yeah, that's life, get over it. Stop crying, you sissy. I mean, that is a message we should all probably hear once a day.
And there's a single granule of truth there where we do have to say, yes, your position in life right now really sucks. And there are things that you can do to, but there are things you can do to make it better. There are steps that you can take to like meaningfully improve your quality of life, right? That you can get assistance with. You are not locked out of getting an education. You're not locked out of getting, you're not locked out of getting an education or a well-paying job without a degree, although that's harder nowadays than it used to be, right? Like you're not locked out of getting, decent healthcare. These things aren't locked behind an impenetrable wall that's only accessible to those who are the most the most privileged in society, right? So there needs to be some hopium injected into the there needs to be some hopium injected into people's lives, but you gotta recognize that we have a different world that we live in than we did in the past that would lead to them probably having less anxiety in mass than we have now.
And if you're having a panic attack because, of inflation, the best thing you can hear from someone is get it together. What the hell?
Again, it's not because I don't even think that the article that we were looking at said directly, oh, it's because of inflation. It's a contributing factor, right? It's the future, right? Because of inflation, finances, because of inflation, right? It's not directly inflation. It is just, something that is contributing to the actual causes for their anxiety.
What the hell is wrong with you? You need to be able to function. This is embarrassing. Once a day, we should probably all hear something like that. And if not once a day, then at least once in our lives. But plenty of young people have never heard that response from anyone. Every time they whine about something, it's so hard. All they ever hear is, yeah, it's so hard. It's so difficult. Yeah, tell me more about how you feel. What they really need, they need their feelings to be dismissed. At least every once in a while. Keeps you humble. And now they're crippled by paper cuts, and they're psychologically scarred by minor inconveniences. And this all means that eventually, and likely soon, we will actually experience the agonies of our ancestors.
You're just so much wiser and so much smarter than everybody else, Matt, right? Your callous disregard for the plights of other people that don't share exactly your same experience has led you to truths that nobody else can fucking see. You're so much better and so much smarter than everybody else around you, Matt. I'm so proud of you for finally speaking truth to power by saying that some people are just too soft and that is a bad thing. Goddamn.
As the saying goes, weak men create hard times. And that is the point in the historical cycle that we have reached. And it's for that reason that these weak men are today.
Circularity.
Thanks for checking out this video. If you'd like to listen to my full podcast.
No, I don't actually. Thanks. God, he's just such a subhuman piece of shit that can't ever empathize with anyone who doesn't exactly line up with any his worldview and experience. It's actually disgusting. We can have a nuanced take on people not being able to deal with anxiety or not being able to deal with the hardships of life and try and find the actual reasons for that and find solutions. But his solution is just stop being anxious, retard. Okay, where are we at? We have, oh man, we lost a lot of viewership by watching fucking Matt Walsh. Nobody's interested in Matt Walsh. Let's see here. Let's see what the news tab of YouTube has for us. Also, 6 p.m., 7 p.m. Pacific. That would be, oh, in another hour? Jesus. He's gone full loony. This better be a short stream or a short meme.
Speaking of America first, I have to point out that you spent half your speech talking about a foreign country thousands of miles away. Which brings me to my question. Last year, Turning Point USA hosted the Young Jewish Leadership Summit, during which you said, so a Christian that's not pro-Israel, I doubt they actually love their Bible. And I will stand by that statement. If you're a Christian that doesn't love Israel, then you take your Bible way, way, way too much for granted. End quote. So who are you to question the faith of Christian Americans that don't support a foreign country of a different religion that has spied on us, attacked us, and lied to us, like about WMDs in Iraq? And especially given your recent suggestion that Israel allowed...
This is an actual groiper. This is an actual groiper right here.
...the recent Hamas attack to happen. Why would you support a country that would do that? And do you still stand by your statement like you said you would?
No, I definitely stand by the statement. So I'm not an apologist for the Israeli government, but let me ask you, what religion was Jesus? What did he believe?
Yeah, well, obviously he was Jew, but modern day Judaism is...
Hold on, time out. No. Where was Jesus born?
Well, somebody say he was the first Christian.
Well, time out. Well, where was Jesus?
I'm sorry, I don't care about I'm sorry. This is just so fucking stupid. The argument is so fucking stupid. There's non-religious arguments to support Israel as a state. I so do not care what the fuck he has to say there. It is so beyond anything that I give a fuck about. Charlie says he saw. Okay, if he says some stupid shit like that.
Speaking of America,
Jesus, what did he believe?
yeah, well, obviously he was Jew, but modern day Judaism.
Hold on, time out. No. Where was Jesus born?
Well, somebody say he was the first Christian.
Time out. Well, where was Jesus born?
Why does that matter?
Well, do you know?
Why does that matter?
Okay, yeah, you're obviously not Christian. You don't know where Jesus was born. He was born in Bethlehem. Okay,
In
so
Judea.
and he was raised in Nazareth, and he walked on the water in Capernaum. What country are those places in right now?
What does it matter?
It does matter. You know why? Because when I went to Israel, I came in contact with the living God that walked on water and rose Lazarus from the dead. When I went to Israel, I saw the Bible come to life. When I went to Israel, I saw Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and Sarah, Rebecca, and Leah in the Hall of the Patriarchs. When I went to Israel, when I read his Bible stories, popped open, and I said, this is the Word of God. This is real. These are not fairy tales or fables or things that we tell our kids.
God damn. Wow. He has the exact same fucking cadence of all the crazy evangelical fucking like roaming like guest pastors that I've ever seen growing up in the deep south. God, fuck, dude. It's the exact same cadence. Hold on. Can we get that? Can we get that one more time in real speed?
In Nazareth, and he walked on the water in Capernaum. What country are those places in right now?
What does it matter?
It does matter. You know why? Because when I went to Israel, I came in contact with the living God that walked on water and rose Lazarus from the dead. When I went to Israel, I saw the Bible come to life. When I went to Israel, I saw Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and Sarah, Rebecca, and Leah in the Hall of the Patriarchs. When I went to Israel, what I read as Bible stories popped open, and I said, this is the Word of God. This is real.
Oh, God, you know what we should do? You know what we need on this? Copyright free. We need some shit like this.
Israel, I came in contact with the living God that walked on water and rose Lazarus from the dead. When I went to Israel, I saw the Bible come to life. When I went to Israel, I saw Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and Sarah, Rebecca, and Leah in the Hall of the Patriarchs. When I went to Israel, what I read as Bible stories popped open, and I said, this is the Word of God. This is real. These are not fairy tales or fables or things that we tell our kids. When I went to Israel, I was able to cry where Jesus cried, where he was betrayed by Judas and arrested, where he rose from the dead and gives us eternal life. I am not an apologist for Israel, but I reject wholeheartedly this narrative. Christians who turn their back on Israel, it says in Genesis and Romans and First Thessalonians, Paul said, you will bless the Jews. If you bless Israel, you will be blessed. If you scorn Israel, you will be scorned. The Israeli government, plenty of suspicious things going on. How do we know the Bible is true? Every day, there are archaeological discoveries that confirm the truths of the Bible. In 1 Samuel, in 1 Kings, in 1 Chronicles, there is a diabolical satanic agenda every single day to try and delegitimize the scriptures. And I will defend the Holy Land, the place that let me see where mom...
That's so fucking good, dude. Oh my God, it is exactly the same cadence, the same fucking, passion that I heard from guest speakers that would, or guest preachers that would come to different churches in deep South Arkansas where I grew up. Holy fucking shit. Editor segment. Holy shit. Oh my fucking God, dude. Fuck me, that's so good. Okay, you know what? You were right. It was good to watch that. It was good to watch that. Okay, what was I about to click on? We were on the news tab. Let's see what the news tab has for us right here. Let's see what's going on. I kind of want to keep up with the Trump stuff, but I don't know if it's Ivanka Trump ordered. Okay, well, this is
There's a
pretty
new
interesting.
development to tell you about in the $250 million civil trial against ex-President Donald Trump and his company and his family. Today, Judge Engoron ruled that the former president's daughter Ivanka does have to testify in this case. Ivanka's lawyers had challenged the subpoena issued by the New York attorney.
Okay, has anyone else heard, like, I never trust this because every time I see it being said, it's by, like blueing on people, like the kinds of people that unironically have Trump derangement syndrome. But is it true that Ivanka and fuck, I can't remember Trump's youngest kid's name. Nope, can't remember it. But Barron Trump, because it always sounded like Baron von Trump to me. Is it true that they've kind of like separated themselves from him? Like they haven't been living with him, they haven't been traveling with him. They've kind of separated themselves physically from him. Is that true?
General, on the basis that an appeals court this summer ruled Ivanka should not be a defendant due to the statute of limitations. But Judge Engoron sided with New York Attorney General Letitia James, who had said in a court filing this, quote, while no longer a defendant in this action, she indisputably has personal knowledge of facts relevant to the claims against the remaining individuals and entity defendants. But even beyond that, Ms. Trump remains financially and professionally intertwined with the Trump Organization and other defendants and can be called as a person still under their control. During last year's January 6 congressional hearings, we saw Ivanka Trump testify against her father.
Wait, hold on.
When
Ivanka is his daughter. What's Trump wife? Who? What's the fuck is his wife's name? Melania. Ooh, oof. Wait, hold on. I'm actually curious. Is Melania like? Has she actually? Donald Trump reveals he and Melania actually get along. Oh no. Maybe heading for divorce. Like every time I hear this stuff, like I don't trust it, like just off the cuff, because people just like say crazy stuff. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Don't care. I think Melania is separated from him, but Ivanka and Jared have apparently been trying to distance themselves from him because they were shunned by the New York elite. That makes sense.
I entered the office the second time. He was on the telephone with who I later found out to be was the vice president.
Could you hear the vice president or only hear the president's end?
The conversation was pretty heated. It was a different tone than I'd heard him take with the vice president before.
Many of President Trump's White House staff also recognized that the evidence did not support the claims President Trump was making.
How did that affect your perspective about the election when Attorney General Barr made that statement?
It affected my perspective. I respect Attorney General Barr. So I accepted what he was saying.
Which by default means I did not believe what my father was saying. Now it looks like she'll be forced to testify against her father once again, although the judge said that Ivanka Trump would not be called before November 1st, part of a long line of Trumps to take the stand in this trial in the coming days. That's what we wanted to ask our friend Neokatiel. Neokatiel, you've been standing by for us. Is this going to happen?
It's almost certainly going to happen. And that picture that you just showed, Nicole, of the Trump sons and Ivanka and Trump all testifying is really quite striking. I mean, you know the old saying, families who commit fraud together end up in court together. And that sure looks like what is going to happen. Ivanka is going to try and appeal this, as I understand it. Her claim is that she's outside the jurisdiction of the state of New York, and so New York has no sovereignty over her. That is a weak claim at best, as the judge today found. She's totally intertwined with the Trump organization. She's happy to take the profits from the Trump organization when they sell a hotel. She's happy to take lawyers' fees from the Trump organization. She's happy to have the Trump organization buy her insurance, including her workers' comp insurance. So the idea...
Now, hold on. I feel like, can you make someone testify against family? Can you be forced to testify against family? Family, yes. Spouse, no. Got you. Damn. I wasn't that far off. Oh, yeah, I know. Trump has said some really fucking sketchy shit about his own daughter, dude. We'll look at that in a second. Well, it's only a minute, 15 seconds. I get the shit that he has said about his daughter is actually fucking strange as fuck.
It would be really disappointing. Not really. It would depend on what was inside the magazine. I don't think Ivanka would do that inside the magazine, although she does have a very nice figure. I've said that if Ivanka weren't my daughter, perhaps I'd be dating her. You know?
Oh, it's so weird.
I have never been so grateful for an ellipsis in my life. You know who's one of the great beauties of the world, according to everybody, and I helped create her? Ivanka. My daughter, Ivanka.
Yeah.
She's 6 feet tall. She's got the best body.
Ivanka is 6 feet tall? Jesus Christ. Fucking She-Hulk over here.
She's got marvelous legs.
Wait, he has another daughter? How many kids does this fucking guy have? How many kids does Trump have? 5. Ivanka, Barron, Donald Trump, Eric, and Tiffany. I don't think I've ever even heard of Tiffany Trump. I don't think I've ever seen this bitch before in my entire life. They used to not get along, but now they were bonded over their shared trauma of being the most hated kids in America. Damn. They never talk about Tiffany. What the fuck happened to Tiffany?
That he has nothing to do with the Trump organization, which is based in New
also,
York,
how's it going, Dave Brandon?
is, I think, pretty fanciful. So, you know, to me, I look at this as just another example of the Trump MO, which is, it's not just the grift and intimidation and obfuscation. At bottom, it's the law doesn't apply to us mentality. We are above the law. You can't touch us, state of New York. And I think the judge today rightly, said that was poppycock.
So, Barbara McQuaid, how does it work? If she's a witness, does Trump's legal team cross-examine her? I mean, how does this work?
Yes, it's important to remember that all 3 of the Trump children are not being called to testify because of their relationship with Donald Trump as his children. They're being called because of their roles in the Trump organization. And so I imagine that the Attorney General will want to ask Ivanka Trump questions about some of the financial dealings she was involved in. There's reporting that says that she was involved in negotiating and obtaining financing for some of the Trump properties. So those will be the kinds of questions that the Attorney General will want to ask. And then, yes, the Trump lawyers will cross-examine her. Now, it'll be a friendly. It won't be the kind of heated thing you might see where somebody tries to undermine the witness's credibility. Instead, I imagine they will use leading questions to try to bolster Trump's position or suggest that she lacks knowledge or some other aspect of that. So they'll talk with her with kid gloves, but they will no doubt get an opportunity to cross-examine her testimony.
I love, first of all, Neil Katyal saying poppycock, always like...
I wrote it down.
Always makes me smile on a Friday afternoon. And also the family quote, which I started thinking about Tolstoy, and Tolstoy every all happy families are alike, and every unhappy family is unhappy in its own way. Every unhappy family that's been dragged into court testifies against each other in its own way. Apparently, like
Damn,
in the way they're about to here.
that I need.
You know, we're doing on Sunday night's episode of The Circus, we're examining in careful detail the real parallels between Trump as mob boss and how he's being prosecuted and pursued now in the way that prosecutors go after mob bosses. And it makes me think, you know, what Barb just said, which is that Ivanka is not being brought in as a member of the family, meaning the family, but of the family, meaning the family in the sense that we use it in the context of organized crime cases. And that seems right. You know, they are, you know, one of the many parallels between Trump and a lot of mobsters is the family business kind of quality to this. And what we know from various kinds of mob prosecutions, whether they're in civil court or in criminal court, is that, you know, the members of the family all get brought in because of their relations, whether they're business relations or political connections or criminal connections, and they are forced to, in various ways, turn against the boss. And apparently, we're going to get to see that here. It's a great episode of Succession we got coming up here.
Yeah, I mean, look, and what's happening, like the trend line, Neil Katyal, is for all of Trump's former Trumpiest, most enthusiastic coup participants legally, Sidney Powell, Jenna Ellis, Chesbrough, they've all flipped. I imagine it's more complicated for the family, but Ivanka Trump, what does she do when she goes in court?
You're exactly right. The chickens are coming home to roost. Many of Trump's main lawyers, the kookiest ones, have now all admitted they committed various crimes. And so, you know, I agree with Barbara that I think initially the cross-examination and the cross-examination by Trump of Ivanka and the two sons will be friendly. But, you know, Ivanka's already provided some testimony against her father, and it wouldn't shock me if there's a lot more to come. And so the real question to me, picking up on John Heilman's, you know, two definitions of family, is how long is it going to take Donald Trump to attack his own daughter if, as I suspect, she reveals damaging information about him?
Man, can you imagine?
It's amazing. It ties my brain in.
The moment's going to come when Trump's going to say.
Can you imagine just for a second, your dad is, you know, let's see if your dad's in a position, he's very rich. You've been involved with basically everything that he's ever done financially, business-wise, because it's all part of the family business. And then you have to deal with testifying against him so that you don't go to jail, right? And, you know, you're you'll be truthful, but you'll try and like make it nice, you know? And then your dad fucking says horrible shit about you, and he has this huge platform that will like absolutely make its way to everyone that you've ever known, like without exception. Like that's pretty fucking brutal. That's pretty unbelievably brutal.
Ivanka Trump barely met her.
I bet
Hardly know her.
Wasn't my favorite daughter.
That person is. I barely recognized that woman. She barely my daughter. If she was my daughter, just for
Sidney
a second,
Powell isn't his daughter.
Yeah, she's living far away from Mar-a-Lago, far away in
intertwined
Miami.
in all the
Barbara
business
McQuaid.
stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it's really difficult, I think, in this case for him to distance himself from his children. But I imagine it'll be sort of the way I've seen this happen in courtrooms.
This is the problem that I have with like MSNBC, right? Like it's so unbelievably biased, right? Like they're sitting there like joking about this and like having like talking about it with glee, which I feel like for a news organization is really bad, right? If it was like a live stream, that would be one thing, right? These are retards on the internet, but this is a fucking nationally syndicated fucking 24-hour news station, and they're fucking like gleefully talking about the outcome of a major like historically major court case against a former president of the United States, right? And it's just so gleeful, and it like shows so much bias. They're pundits, that's their job? No, absolutely not, right? Like I think that like giving people the facts and not presenting it in this like unbelievably biased way, like even CNN isn't even this bad, you know? That's like the 5 on Fox. Yeah, I'm criticizing them too. right? Like any criticism I can give to MSNBC, you can give to Fox like tenfold. Don't get it twisted. Fox is dog shit. So like Fox News isn't exempt from this criticism like whatsoever at all, nothing. Like they do all these things and more. Let me see. Yeah, let's just try and get by. Let's try and get by for 20 seconds with no dodging, no dodging. Can't dodge for 20 seconds because I desperately want wait, do I already have it and I just don't remember again? No, I don't actually have it this time. I'm not hurting myself for no reason. Good.
Rooms where, the bank robber defendant, his lawyer calls his mother to testify and talk about what a good boy he is, or their pastor to talk about how good he is. And the technique on cross-examination there is often not to beat up the mother or the pastor, but instead to suggest that they just don't know some of these things, right? Ivanka Trump, you were a White House senior advisor, isn't that right? So you were busy with your own job, isn't that right? And so you couldn't possibly know all the things that were going on here. So I imagine the cross-examination will be something like that, to try to put some distance between them in terms of their knowledge. It might succeed with Ivanka Trump. I think it's going to be much more difficult with Eric Trump and Donald Trump Jr., who, of course, had major roles with these organizations.
Before this is over, we're going to see Barron and Tiffany are going to be in here, as Trump's going to call them in as character witnesses, because he's got to find some of my kids who like me. You know?
Whenever you say something won't happen in the Trump story, you're wrong. So I will make no predictions.
Jesus. No, I think we can differentiate between journalists and pundits. Well, let's see. What is a pundit? What is like the dictionary definition? I'm just curious because I actually don't know. What is the dictionary definition of what a pundit is? An expert in a particular subject or field who is frequently called on to give opinions about what it means. Yeah. No. Even for a pundit. Yeah, like show some like decorum as someone who is in the position of informing people around the world on the news. Like, holy shit. That's my, I mean, fuck, it's just an opinion. But, I think that you have to have the way that the media landscape is right now. It's absolutely fucking killing us. All right. It's fucking killing us as a country, as a world. Let me see here. Let's see what are the most recent. It's all MSNBC, and it's factual, but it's just biased, and it's annoying how biased it is. Like as much as I hate like QAnoners or Trumples as people call them, right? I also, not equally, but I also hate like the blue and on fucking hyper partisan Dems that make everything seem like every breath that Trump takes is a attack on democracy. Every single statement needs to be covered from wall to wall. It's so fucking irritating.
The U.S. launched airstrikes in Syria overnight, hitting 2 targets linked to Iranian-backed militias. The move follows a series of recent attacks against U.S. forces in the region. I want to bring in now senior White House and political correspondent Ed O'Keefe. Ed, what can you tell us about the locations that were targeted in this strike?
It was along the Syrian-Iraqi border, Lana, and it came in response to recent days of attacks on U.S. forces in both of those countries amid the escalating conflict between Israel and Hamas. The Biden administration has been warning since that conflict began that the various militias in that region and Iran should not see this as an opportunity to expand or try to escalate tensions in the region. And so the strikes overnight are described by the Pentagon as surgically.
Can you imagine like how good the world will be when the Ayatollah regime eventually collapses, dude? Can I call in? You know what? This is more interesting. All right, we're gonna get another call from the not Groiper crazy caller. He would prefer to be called crazy caller. Tries to justify the end of America. How long is he gonna take? I responded within 1 minute. There we go.
Hello.
Hey,
Hi.
bud.
I try to justify what's right, Sondsol.
Yeah.
Not the end of America, but
Well, I was literally reading the thing that you sent me, like the messages that we have right there.
well, yeah, I mean, so I've sent you all these messages in the last few days, and seemingly you just don't respond to any of them. You hit me with a little cute message in reply saying, "Oh, what,
I'm
I
not
don't know
reading
if I
all
want to say
that.
your message."
Yeah, no, it's
Yeah,
fine.
yeah,
It's a meme.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
am not reading all that. Sorry that happened to you, or I'm happy for you. Yeah. Or you remember the last time we talked on a regular basis, you would do the same thing, and I told you I'm not gonna fucking sit here and go through every like schizo message and like talk to you all day long about like why I'm a fatso who orders Uber Eats or whatever, right?
Okay, well, you don't have to go. You don't have to go there, Sondsol. Sorry. I
Nah,
just
that's
get
fine.
kind of upset. I mean, you read all the messages though? I mean,
No, I do not. So
okay.
like I'll read like I'll read like a couple and then I'll be like, okay, there's like 40 messages after this one. I think I got the gist and then I'll go on with my day.
Oh, okay, sure.
I'll get the
Well,
gist and then I'll move on, yeah.
okay, so I was I was curious about the first few I asked you about the political system making, encouraging this hatred and division. And then do you see the Mr. Beast video you watched? Yeah,
Oh shit,
Mr.
you know what?
Beast, he
I
had a video.
actually haven't watched the Mr. Beast video. It was about housing, right?
Yeah, it was just showcasing these $1 million, hundreds of millions of dollar, 30 million, $100 million houses where these people have car garages of tons of cars and it's just like unbelievable wealth. I don't know how somebody justifies the US as is and thinks that they're a moral. I mean, I guess you don't justify it as is. But I don't know how somebody can justify keeping it going and think that they're in the moral right. I mean,
Here's the thing about like the housing situation. It's about like understanding why things are the way they are for me. The way that housing is in the United States is fucking dog shit, right? And it's dog shit like that in a lot of Western nations. Like you're not even going to find.
I'm not even saying housing. I mean, the video was about these mansions. It was about these mega homes.
Yeah,
of people
I mean,
who have it's more about wealth inequality to me than anything else. I mean, like these people live like they're literal gods amongst the people with mega mansions with pools and like game rooms and everything else, home movie theaters, and these houses are like unbelievable. And it's like there's no justification for this much wealth inequality, in my opinion. It is unbelievable.
Well,
it's a failure of government, but that's not the only way they failed. They failed so bad that the only way to reconcile this is to, you know what to do, Sondsol. I mean,
okay.
Well, what do you think about no-knock warrants? Hold on, let me ask you that. Are you support no-knock warrants?
I'm like.
Where the government
I'm 82. Yeah, I know. Like I'm 80-20 on no-knock warrants. But like really quick before we talk about no-knock warrants, let's talk about the housing thing, right? Like there's like actual like significant issues with housing in the United States, but why is that, right? Like I don't care if there are like $100 million homes out there, $1 billion homes. I don't care if those exist. What I care about is like what is the access that the average person has to like quality housing, right? And by quality, I mean like you're not getting fucking black mold in your ceiling, right? You're not fucking dying as a result of living there. It's not open to fucking coyotes coming in, shit like that. The reason why we have problems with housing in the United States is because people who own homes, they vote against new homes being built because it lowers their property values. In the 50s and the 60s, back when America was actually a good place, housing wasn't looked at as an investment. It was looked at as a commodity, right? I talked about this earlier. The average family car.
In what way? Hold on. This goes back to a fundamental assumption I disagree with, that
Sure.
in my opinion, nobody's voting for anything real. So can you explain to me how they're voting against new homes being built?
Yeah, this is mostly on the local level. So there's and you can Google this. This is huge. There's a concept called being a NIMBY, not in my backyard, where there's a bunch of things that would be really good for society, but would probably lower property values. So people at the local level will vote against like new housing developments or new power, like nuclear power plants or something like that, that might lower their property value, even if it would greatly increase the quality of life
In
of.
what way? How do they vote against it? I'm just curious.
Because a lot of times things like that will come up to a vote at the local level, right? Like, do we want to move towards having nuclear power for the Dallas area?
Okay, they vote in a way that makes financially the sense for them, but not necessarily for the poor, whatever class, and then they get screwed, and then they can't have anything.
Well, this isn't even like a bunch of rich people doing this. This is
Sure,
like
so then
average middle
cut
class.
off them voting in that regard. Then if it really is gonna help, I mean, but you can't screw them and drag their property values down too much. But this is not the problem, in my opinion. People, there is now this gap like never seen before of people don't have houses because the rich are too rich and the poor are too poor. That's how it is. People are sleeping in tents.
No, it's because it's not because the rich are too rich and the poor are too poor. It's because housing is becoming more expensive because we're not building enough housing. Because people don't want to say,
Well,
yeah,
it's
let's
hard
build.
to build housing.
No, it's actually super easy, but we've created a system, right, that makes it hard through zoning laws and shit like that, right? Like this right here is actually a problem of too many restrictions on capitalism, where in the past it would be way easier, way less like legal restrictions to building housing, way fewer restrictions on some of like the dumber like code things, like, you know, what kind of pipes you have in your house.
You're chalking this up to government regulation or something being the problem?
Yeah, unironically, in this regard, I'll take the conservative route and I'll say, like, yeah, there are some regulations on housing and like where you can build housing, and also the like NIMBYism that goes on in a lot of like suburbia that fucking destroy our ability to build enough housing to reduce the cost in the market. That is like, I don't even know if this is even argued in like economic circles. I think that socialists, I think that capitalists, I think that everybody agrees, like the answer to reducing housing costs and like making sure that more people have access to you know, affordable, high quality housing is just building more homes. But we have so many restrictions on why we don't have that, sorry, I'm also playing a game and I'm irritated by it.
This guy said, can I just address, this guy said, rich people aren't why I'm homeless. I'm not saying it's rich people. I'm blaming the government, of course. Because
it's partly government and it's partly like middle class people in suburbia who don't want to allow for anything but single family dwellings in their like subdivisions, right? Because if we have like duplexes, triplexes, small apartment blocks,
they
like,
have all sorts of different kinds of housing. I mean, suburbia is just one place. Like
right, but suburbia, like suburbs, have restrictions on like having apartment blocks in a suburb or having, you know, duplexes in a suburb.
Yeah, but maybe they probably should. You don't think so? I mean,
no, I don't. I don't think that that's a reasonable thing. I think that like making cities more dense, or like there's two things that we should do. We should simultaneously make cities more dense, right? So like Houston, Texas, where I live, is like the greater Houston area is the same square mileage or bigger than the state of Connecticut, because we're so spread out, because there's so many fucking subdivisions and like a lack of apartments being found in like these spread out areas, right? If we were to able to like condense or to build up and build more housing, right? While also, and I think this is a key thing, making living in like rural areas more economically feasible. So like make it to where businesses can actually function outside of large cities. That's like the two things that we need to do for that. Like there are answers to this that we need to do, but like getting there is convincing people to go against their own individual financial interests a lot of the time. And that's really hard to overcome.
I think that there probably are other ways to solve it besides getting people to go against their personal financial interests, but
I mean,
guess
without the
rich
point
will
of a
always be
gun,
interested
without the point
The-
of a
the
gun,
rich
yeah.
will- people will
Well, but
always be
again, like
interested in protecting
I
their
would
wealth, but-
like I would 100% agree with you. Like, oh, fuck the rich people if they're doing this, but it's not like this isn't exclusive to rich people. This is a like even lower middle class people vote against this.
There's also too many people and not enough houses. I mean,
Yeah, I just addressed that though. We just need to build way more houses, and the restrictions on building houses
or
is the
cut
problem.
down on the people.
Well, I don't think that we need to cut down on the people. We don't have too many people on Earth.
Okay, well, you're saying that you just said that it's either there's not enough houses or you just said it was like just as clear cut as that, like, oh, we just need to build more houses. No, we could also reduce the people. Just saying.
Like unless you're fine with like unless you're fine with like the mass murder of like all people who have been unfortunate enough to be homeless or you know, something like that, or to cull the population by like forcibly sterilizing some people. Like we're not going to reduce the human population, right? Like I don't know.
How do you know they already are? You don't know. They already basically are, in my opinion. But whatever, you know.
I don't.
You could argue that they already are, but
I would be very, very keen to see any evidence on that, and I would super, you know, say that was a bad thing. But I don't think that's
maybe they're
happening.
doing it intentionally or otherwise. But
well, how would you
know, our
unintentionally?
birth rate's going down like crazy, right? You're aware of that, right?
Because people, as nations industrialize, as they become more advanced, people generally have fewer kids.
Well, in some countries, I don't know if that's everywhere.
It's literally every single place on Earth. Like even in, I think Nigeria has the, is like one of the places.
I don't know if I'd chalk that up to just industrialization either, and it's just as simple as that.
Industrialization and like higher education and like generally people having a higher quality of life and not needing to have a bunch of kids, access to having some sorts of contraceptives so they don't accidentally have an oops baby. Like those are things that we're looking at, but that all ties into industrialism or industrialized states and, you know, people becoming more educated and stuff like that. People just like tend to have fewer kids, and we can see this in trends like across all of Europe, and we're even seeing it start to happen in Africa. Like Nigeria had a huge population boom, and it's still pretty. I think it's like 3 or 4.5 for every couple, but they're sloping off as things get more economically prosperous, and as things become more stable and people are having better quality of life, the birth rate is dropping there as well.
Okay, yes, birth rates are dropping. I know how it's all going, Sondsol, but I mean, I'm just saying it doesn't have to be that way. But moreover, you also have to consider we've got upwards of between 60 million and 80 million illegal people who have come here from Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, and Venezuela and other places. So I think that also maybe you could argue contributes to the overpopulation, not enough houses, not enough people. People don't have anywhere to live. The house prices get jacked up, and then situation.
I think that it would be better to
Plus, the government never solves anything. I mean, go ahead though.
I mean, the government does solve things, but the thing is, like, having more immigration is not like mutually exclusive to building more housing, right? The problem is we need more housing, right? Because there's obvious economic benefits to having immigrants, despite what you might think.
Less? Okay. Sure.
I mean, even
there's also the
scholars
land
that you would cite would say the exact same thing.
There's also land limitations, right? I mean,
yeah, that's what I was saying. The zoning laws.
Okay, but I mean, you can't have you build houses, you destroy the environment. You can't have houses everywhere in the whole thing.
Right, which is why I said that we should make population, like large population.
It doesn't make financial sense for some people to live in a lot of places.
Right, which is why I'm saying if people want to move to cities, we should make the housing more dense, right? More people in a smaller land area, right? Because it would be less environmentally impactful. It would be better economically because people wouldn't have to, travel fucking, like I think that in Houston, the average like commute to work is like 30 to 45 minutes because it takes forever to get across fucking Houston. Like it's just ridiculous. And if we condensed the city somewhat,
What, going from suburbia to the city, or something?
Fuck, even going from like the city to the city, it's just like Houston is really, really spread out. It's fucking ridiculous. Like it's actually like Houston is just like a microcosm of like all the problems with city planning. Like we've just like spread out and have so much urban sprawl. It's fucked our ability to have reasonable what do you call it, public transportation, or to have commutes from suburbia to the city to work. Like it's really, really ridiculous here.
Okay, so I don't know. Your suggestion is to do whatever, but I don't know
The
if
suggestion is
that's,
to build more houses.
yeah, I mean, that's one way I guess you could approach it. But I didn't call in really to talk about that. I mean,
Yeah.
I called in. The whole point of me saying that was the wealth inequality aspect.
Well, wealth
you do
inequality
agree that
doesn't. This is the distinction we need to make: income inequality and wealth inequality. I don't necessarily have too much of a problem. It can lead to some really bad outcomes, but wealth inequality and income inequality are like the biggest
yeah, so it
things.
doesn't really need to be distinguished that much. But yes, some people have a disproportionate wealth and income inequality, and it's just unbelievably insane now.
Well, I think
It's
that
like
most people would be. I think that income inequality is what leads to there being massive like unrest in a civilization.
like there are places for people to live, they just can't afford them.
Yeah, because there's not enough housing being built. Like supply and demand.
No,
Yeah,
because they don't have
supply
enough
and
money
demand.
to go live there.
They don't have enough money to go live there because the housing cost
Because
is too high.
7 trillion is no, Sondsol. Dude, you're not even aware of how bad the income inequality and things like this are, man.
I'm pretty sure I know more about this than you do because you don't even know about the supply and demand aspect of housing.
The supply and demand aspect, dude. There's enough. I don't know how many houses there are in the U.S., but I feel like there are plenty of them. I feel like the issue people have is that they can't attain them because they don't have enough money. But they are there.
Well, technically, yes, there's enough housing in the United States for everyone, but the problem is where people want to live is different from where those houses are. There's a lot of abandoned houses that you can get for like absolutely unbelievably dirt cheap, like in the middle of fucking nowhere, right? Like there's Instagram
Those
pages
houses are run down normally.
No, they're not even run down.
Run down?
No, like they're like cool old Victorian houses. There's like entire pages on Instagram dedicated to advertising, so people will fucking buy them. But you can get like a 2 or 3 story Victorian house in the like in New York, right? Not in New York City, but like in upstate New York for like $100,000, and that would be like an expensive Victorian house that you can find on these pages, right? Like $80,000, $50,000, just because there's no demand in those towns because there's no economic like incentive to move there, right? Like they don't have like a bunch of jobs for people to move there and like work because they're small towns and businesses open up in places where there's more people to work.
It can't be too over-regulated that it doesn't make financial sense if there was a market for it, for people to go and, does that make sense to you? For people to go and actually build, I guess, smaller houses wherever there needs to be them. I mean, in the cities or wherever else.
Right,
I mean, I don't think you're going to put them.
No,
There's
you're right.
plenty
You're
of
right.
land available, right? You don't have to put them right next to suburbia or whatever.
Well,
I think
no, you would have to build in either suburbia, right, which in a lot of places is like kind of intertwined with different urban areas, right? It's not like Houston is just like a city and then like you drive 45 minutes out and that's all suburbia. Like there's different areas that are more clumped up urban centers. So suburbia is kind of interspersed in a lot of cities with like the urban area. But like the problem is that in suburbia or even in cities, there's going to be regulations that kind of restrict on what kinds of houses you can build in suburbia, where you can build inside of the city. Like these are like the big problems, right? And some of these regulations are absolutely reasonable, right? Like in New York, you don't want to just like green light every single housing development and like reduce all the restrictions, because you know you have to also keep in mind that there's a subway system that runs beneath all these places, and if you fuck up or if you build a place that's going to fuck up the subway, then that's going to lead to bad things elsewhere. Like there's like a lot of reasonable restrictions, but there's some unreasonable ones. And in suburbia,
there was just a flood.
Okay,
there was just a flood in New York. Oh, I'll just add to that. There was just a flood in New York. I don't know if you saw that, but there's there's like these apartments under.
Yeah, the basement apartments. Yeah.
Yeah. People get trapped down there. Imagine that. That's a terrifying experience.
Yeah, and that's a problem with urbanization as well, because there's nowhere for the water to go, so you have to like continually update where the drainage goes. But that's a separate thing. That's less of a restriction thing and more of a we have to update our infrastructure as you know as more infrastructure is built, because otherwise we're just going to flood. Houston had that problem too. But yeah, like the problem is there are enough houses in the United States for everyone, but it's in places that are either undesirable because there's no jobs there, there's no people there, there's nothing to do there, right? Like upstate New York, it's a bunch of rural places that have a lot of houses that you can buy. You know, Pennsylvania, there's a bunch of towns that are dead just because the industry there dried up and there's no jobs. And so if you move there, then you're gonna have to live basically like a hermit, because there's nothing happening in these tiny ass little towns. So like the best path forward would be to, one, build more houses, build more densely populated houses where it's not just like one family to like an entire lot in a suburb, right? You can build small apartment buildings, or you could build like duplexes.
What are you talking about? One family to suburbs are built very efficiently, I feel.
No, they're the opposite. There's like, I think that there's a general rule of suburbs that they will never, ever, ever make back the money on investment that's put on there, just on the roads, not even on the housing, but on the roads, because the amount of concrete and labor put into that, the economic productivity that happens on that road will never meet the amount of money put in.
Okay, I see. The roads are an economic loss or whatever, according to you.
Yeah, just like even ignoring like the housing, right? Like the roads themselves.
It's not very much road in a suburb though, because all the houses are stacked right next to each other. I mean, you can't. How do you get more? It's not like they're spaced out.
How do you get more economic activity? You like intersperse businesses between houses. You build more like more densely packed housing. Again, like duplexes, right, where you can fit two families on a lot.
Where do you even get what you're saying to actually?
Do you want me to give you actual like?
Is there a
videos?
link that says suburb roads are a net loss on?
Yeah, look up a guy. Let me make sure. What it's something gecko, Echo Gecko.
So what is his exact claim? I mean.
It's exactly what I said. The fact that you invest so much just into the development of a specific suburb, right? Because there's no economic activity happening inside the suburb after those houses are built.
There's plenty.
There's what economic activity happens inside of someone's house?
People deliver stuff. There's mail that comes in.
That's not what we mean by economic activity. The economic activity.
There's no businesses being set up unless you have a home business.
Right, exactly. And the economic activity that happens under, with like delivery, like Amazon, that's happening outside of that suburb because the transaction's happening outside of that suburb.
Oh, okay. That's the argument, huh? Okay.
Well, that's the reality of the
They're bringing it into the suburb, driving on the roads that were built, like, and they're all stacked right next to each other.
I don't know what what investment is, or like taking out loans to build an area is, but like you have an interest rate and you have more money that you have to pay back on top of the initial investment, right? And so in order to meet that investment, or to break even or to exceed that, you're going to have to continually either build out more suburbs, which is just going to lead to a giant debt trap.
So you're like against suburbs or something?
Yeah, suburbs are actually the bane of like culture. Suburbs are the bane of I don't think that they should be abolished necessarily, but like they shouldn't be the go-to place where people build their wealth. We need to drastically rethink how we deal with suburbs. In the past, they were like this thing that we could do, and it's like, oh, we're getting out of the city and the hustle bustle of everyday
Are you just
life.
parodying
But
a video? Is this just some video you're parodying, or is this like your authentic? You came up with this opinion.
I'm not an economist. I'm taking the combined opinions of a bunch of econ people that I've both talked to and read and watched. This is like a pretty popular opinion amongst people who are economists right now.
That suburbs are bad?
Absolutely destructive to every single aspect of life.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Those people are psychopaths.
Well, watch the videos and see if you can find an actual counter argument.
I don't know. That seems the most bizarre thing I've ever heard.
I thought so too. Yeah, I'll tell you this. I did think so at first too.
How
right?
retarded can you be?
Yeah,
I
use
that word?
Yeah, it's fine. I say it too.
Sorry, okay.
But like I also think that it's I also thought that it was really fucking stupid, but after listening to the first video and saying that seems like it's a little outrageous, it might seem a little alarmist, but then after seeing that there's a huge amount of people who are economists that say the exact same thing, either in part or in whole, it seems like this is just the fact.
Okay, I'll have to look it up and listen to their arguments, but I mean that's just bizarre. I mean, suburbs are the issue. Do you want to now go into the wealth inequality aspect?
I mean, we can talk about anything you want, buddy. I'm chilling.
Okay, let's just. I just want to mention. Apparently, I've been reading in the Cayman Islands. I don't even know where the Cayman Islands actually are. But are you aware that
nearish Cuba and the Caribbean? I'm not 1,000% sure. Don't quote me on that.
Are you aware of what goes on there?
Yeah, there's places where people can hide their wealth so it doesn't get taxed.
Yeah. Do you know how much wealth they're saying
it's probably it's probably an unconscionable amount. I agree. This is something that needs to change, but also I don't know how we change it personally.
Okay. That is just
I agree with you on this. I agree it's unacceptable and something needs to be done about it, but I also don't know what can be done about it. Because I just don't know enough about the subject, and I also think that it's a really difficult legal issue.
The fuck out of, you just
right,
tax the hell out of...
but the money is all in the Cayman Islands. So how do you tax money that's not in your own country? How do you enforce that? That's the problem. How do you enforce something that's not even happening in your own country? Do you go to that other country and destroy their sovereignty and then forcibly seize all of the money that's in the bank accounts there? That's a really, really difficult question that I don't know if there's a good answer to right now.
Yeah, you've got to be monitoring those people and
but monitoring them and knowing that they're doing it is one thing, but how do you make it stop happening? I don't know what the answer is. And I think that there have been attempts by certain members of Congress, both Republican and Democrat, to try and find a solution that wouldn't be either illegal from the United States Constitution or feasible on enforcement in the rest of the world.
I mean, how do they tax people? I don't know how they go about doing this, but there's got to be a way. I mean, how do they tax people that are outside the country? It doesn't make sense.
Well,
if you lived anywhere else, how would they do it? They must have a way to do it.
You don't collect taxes on people who don't have taxable income in the United States.
So are these people living in the Cayman Islands?
No, but they have bank accounts set up there.
Okay, yeah. There's got to be ways to handle American-owned offshore bank accounts have to be monitored and
I think one of the other issues is the fact that if we do do that, then it's going to disincentivize any businesses from especially like larger businesses from opening up or continuing to have their headquarters here, where we can tax their hit them with the corporate tax or something like that. Because if they register in another country, like Ireland is really notorious for this, for being a tax haven where they have like a 0% corporate tax rate. So a lot of I think Apple, I think Google, I think is in the US, but Facebook and like places like that have all of their headquarters in Ireland because they don't get taxed at all, and because they're technically corporatized in.
You write some law that if you have an offshore bank account with an amount over a certain amount, then you're an American citizen, we're gonna fuck you. That's like not complicated, I feel.
It is complicated, but like I don't know enough about the intricacies to like say, like I'll just agree with you on this. Like this is actually something that does need to be done. But
Obama was saying Trump had an offshore, or Trump had a Chinese bank account. Did you hear that? And he said,
"Yep, that's
true."
Said
Obama said if he had a Chinese bank account, Fox News would call him Beijing Barry. Those are his exact words.
That's funny. I miss Obama. He was good with those zingers, as they called him back in 2012.
Yeah, now we live in a dystopia. I've said to bring Obama back, but I understand you're a big constitutionalist. But I don't know I don't know enough about the offshore bank accounts. I just read that today and I couldn't believe it. Apparently
there's been a couple of scandals. Yeah, there's been a couple of scandals with like celebrities like Emma Watson and fucking like all these like movie stars that had I think it was the Panama Papers where like they all had
just dodging taxes?
Yeah, essentially. That was like the whole scandal behind it. They were dodging taxes.
So how much are they dodging?
I mean, a lot. Evidently, it's at least enough for them to justify putting bank accounts in another fucking country.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I agree. Like, this is an
God.
actual problem that needs to be fixed, but I don't have a good answer to it. I don't know if anyone else has like an actually good answer that would be that wouldn't affect some other aspect of our lives. You know.
I wish the stupid Democrats, they're so obsessed with power and money and wealth, and you think that these guys are the good guys. It's so sick. Why don't they make it so poor people don't pay tax? They could do that very easily.
Wait, say it again?
Poor people don't have to file tax. Most poor people don't even file tax anyway, but
I think that the tax system needs to change pretty significantly. And I think that the way that we should go about doing things is along the lines of that, those countries that you said had better civilizations than us, right? Like the Nordic model, but like you probably wouldn't like the tax rate that they have. But I think that I think that when it comes to like wealth, I don't think that people actually care that much. What they see is people who have the ability to just like buy whatever the fuck they want. It's that income part, right?
how much is? Let's Google it. Let's look it up. How much is Elon Musk value? Let's see. Do you agree there's never been wealth inequality like this? Has there ever been?
I think proportionally, I think the last time the human species was at this level of wealth inequality was under the Egyptian pharaohs, is something that I've heard before. I don't know if that's actually true, but it's bad. It's bad.
240 billion. So think like, do you realize that like it makes people not want to participate at all, in my opinion.
No, I don't think that. I think
there's about 1 million things in America that make you not want to participate at all. That's why people are just checking out of the society, not having families, giving up on life, committing suicide, etc. But yeah, of course.
I don't think that it's the political system that's doing that. I think that it is. I think that there's a couple, like maybe 5, but I would say probably 3. Off the top of my head, things that we could do to drastically improve the quality of life in America without like becoming a socialist hellhole, without becoming like an authoritarian hellhole, that would like greatly improve the quality of life of people. Number one, I think that we should have.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah,
Continue on.
I just think that like if we were to have some kind of like government guaranteed healthcare, I think if we were to have
leftist fantasy,
it's not fantasy because
you think that we're gonna get these things from the government, man. We can't get one thing that even works from these criminal people. These people are
Okay, without
these
monologuing,
people
let me finish the
are
things.
psychotic.
Okay?
But okay, go ahead.
I think that the government should provide some level of health care to everyone, right? At like no cost up front. I think that would be probably one of the biggest things that we could do. I think that the government providing subsidies
Wait,
for
so free healthcare. I don't know, what does that even mean? That's just okay. Go ahead, continue.
it means
Sorry.
that if you are sick, then you can it means that if you're sick, then you can like go to the doctor and not worry about like paying.
No cost up front. Why don't you just say? Are you basically saying free healthcare? I don't even know what the hell that actually means. But okay, I don't want to hear all of them. So
Yeah, the no cost up front would mean like you're paying for it through your taxes, right? Everybody's contributing.
okay,
because-
so basically free healthcare.
yeah.
Okay, go. Okay, continue.
Okay. So I would say that something has to be done at the federal and local levels about housing to reduce the cost of living of housing, and I think that something needs to be done about like the general like economic position. So like jobs, right? Have some way to have people training for jobs that are higher paying or something along those lines. There's lots of different ways that we can increase people's incomes without fucking ourselves economically. But that's something that's like those are like three really big things that if we were able to achieve those three things in my lifetime.
Jobs. What are you talking about? You mean like more education?
It might come down to education. It might come down to like jobs training, like subsidizing the hell out of like blue collar jobs, or like even not requiring a 4-year degree for simple coding jobs, right? And like subsidizing the hell out of jobs training on that. Like there's a lot of different things that we can do in terms of jobs training that would help with the current day and age that we're in. That's not just construction. So yeah, like
okay, well
yeah.
we could talk more about that, but
like all those things would be really
I want
good
you to
things.
understand. I want you to understand, Sondsol. No, those are all leftist fantasy, pipe dream, never going to happen.
Like
it
there
is
are
this naivete where
right wing hyper capitalists that say that even them being hyper capitalists, they support the hell out of those things because they're just so good.
Are you aware of how bad the numbers are for the United States as like their financial situation is very, very, very.
Wait, you mean like
grim?
Individuals, right? Not like the government.
No, the government and individuals, but the
Our
government
government's
especially.
fine.
No, dude, we are like bankrupted.
We are not bankrupted at all.
Sondsol,
what are you talking about?
Okay, I think without causing some sort of drastic. First of all, the healthcare thing is just impossible because we pour out billions of dollars in interest, like 60 billion or even more than that, maybe. I know
think it's something
all
in
of
the
our
lines of like $2 trillion of interest to the federal government, but most of that's owed to ourselves.
What are you talking about, yearly?
Yeah.
Debt?
Yeah, our budget is 7 million, 5 million, or I'm sorry, 7 trillion, and then 5 trillion is on spending, and then 2 trillion is on paying back interest. But that's fine.
Where would we get the 10 trillion that you're talking about for the free healthcare?
The 10 trillion number is only for the most extreme version of universal healthcare possible. But I don't support the most extreme version of healthcare possible, universal healthcare possible. Right? That's the Bernie Sanders. Right? That number is just like false, even on that. Like $10 trillion. It's not $10 trillion.
How much do you plan on raising taxes on people? Can I just say?
I would raise taxes on people significantly.
Yeah, but on who?
On everyone.
Okay, that's sick.
The way that people in like Scandinavia and like Sweden's tax system, right? They have
so government good. We're all going to live off the government now. We're all going to pay into taxes and hope that it works. When our government's shown to be psychotic, failure, fraud, liars, I'm sure that if I pay in, I'm going to get good health care. If I pay into I keep my money and make my own health decisions.
We can see examples of governments actually doing this. We can see examples of governments actually doing this effectively. So if other governments can do it, we're the best country in the entire fucking world. We're the strongest.
That's not how it works.
What do you mean? That's not how it works.
Other governments can Sondsol, just because other countries can do it doesn't mean we can do it.
It means that we can take hold on. Let me be like super clear. We can take what they've done and then we can modify it to work in our country. Absolutely.
No.
Why?
What works in one country does not work in another. But can I just say?
Wait, hold on. That's just not true, because half of these countries that have like universal healthcare systems modeled their healthcare systems off of other governments nearby them.
They might work relative. Sondsol, do you think we're anything like Norway or any of those countries? Finland or Sweden?
Why is that?
Okay.
Because we haven't invested our tax dollars in the same way as they have, even though we're wealthier.
There's like a million reasons.
I mean, there's cultural and then there's like economic differences, right? If I'm talking about like the economic differences, that's what the difference is. They have allocated their tax dollars
Sondsol,
way differently.
can I just say this one thing? We cannot even get one single thing to work in this country.
We absolutely. What do you mean? Our military is the strongest, and that works absolutely. Our fucking financial system
our military
absolutely
numbers
works.
are degrading.
Our military.
What
What do you mean? Our military numbers are degrading? By what metric?
There's not enough. We don't even meet recruitment. We're recruiting shortfall because people are just checking out of the country. It's all collapsing. People are giving up on it. Can I just say though?
I don't think that's how we should like judge whether our military is the strongest, most effective fighting force in the entire world. That doesn't mean that we're failing. It just means that we need to find a way to increase recruitment.
Sondsol, you genuinely believe the U.S. government is capable and is producing good things in our country? How naive can you be, man?
Those are two different questions. On one, I would say yes. On the other, I would say no. Are we capable of it? Yes, we are capable, right? But we have to find common ground and come together and actually like put aside the fucking retarded partisan bullshit for things that we all know is actually economically more feasible, would be better for the citizens, right? And I think that the largest fucking stumbling block in the way of that is the Republican Party, who absolutely do things that are economically damaging to like individual like poor people rather than things that would be better for
they just have a different approach on.
They don't even have. No, they don't have an approach.
Okay.
They don't have an approach. What happened when they wanted to get rid of Obamacare? Did they have a replacement?
Okay, I understand Obama himself has said these things. Obama was saying, where is the replacement? We've been waiting many years for the replacement. There is no replacement.
This is one of my biggest problems with the Republican Party. Not just like they're all Trump dick suckers and they're too scared of like this fucking loser to like speak out against him, right? Like that's not my only problem with them. My other problem is they don't have fucking solutions. They don't actually have a platform besides we don't like Democrats and we trigger the libs. Like that is what their platform is.
Sure.
What plans do they have in this fucking country to make things move forward, right? At least the Democrats come up with something, right? Which I can get behind. Some of the stuff that they come up with, I think is kind of stupid, right? Like the universal healthcare thing, I've already said, is really fucking stupid. Like we need to like look at what does work in other countries, right? What models of universal healthcare can actually achieve the goals of getting people healthcare. But what do we do instead? We try to like, oh well, we're going to make this $10 trillion thing over 10 years, right? And then how are we going to fund it? We're going to make rich people pay for it. Well, we're not going to be able to raise $10 trillion off of, 0.1% of the population over 10 years. That's just never going to fucking happen, right? We're going to have to find something that is cheaper, more cost effective, something that is more akin to what other countries do, that they've modeled off of other countries that have had successful universal healthcare systems, so that we can actually, do something, right? That is an actually like a feasible goal, but the Democrats have an unfeasible plan on universal healthcare, right? But they at least have something that they want to do. Republicans, they're just like nihilistic fucking losers who think that we need to tear the entire fucking system down instead of trying to work with what we have, fix the things that are broken, and improve the things that are already working but could be better. That's the way that we should look at the world. If it's broken, fix it. If it's not broken, try to improve it to a level that's even better than what it's at now. That's what the way that we should look at the world, instead of like, oh well, I don't like the way that things are right now. We just need to burn the entire motherfucker down, and then like I don't know what's gonna happen next, but at least it won't be this. Like fuck, things are like on average pretty good. Yeah, your worldview is like ultimately nihilistic. Like you are actually the person that you claim the rest of the country is.
So I'm not a Nazi. I'm just a Republican.
No. I think that you're just like an incredibly like black-pilled nihilistic like homebody that doesn't get out and see what the actual opinions of regular people, you don't see the joy that people have, right? I think that you're a really depressed, sad person that needs to have joy in his life.
Well, yeah, I like to think about these political matters, but so okay, can you give me a summary of the whole monologue there? I mean,
Summary of the monologue is
Republicans have no answers.
Republicans have no policy prescriptions, right? Because they're all nihilistic, and they think that because they start with the axiom, right, that government is bad and can't do anything good, that we just need to tear down the entire system. That's where the Republican Party is right now.
Well, man, the government, even the Democrats think the government's bad in some regards.
Yeah, I'm not going to sit here and dick suck every single fucking aspect of the government, right? There's things that need to be improved. I've already given you like 5 or 6 things that I think need to be fixed.
There's not a lot of Republicans that say we need to tear the whole thing down, is there?
Look at what has happened over the past 30 days in the Congress, or in the House of Congress. All right, we've had a complete ousting of the Speaker of the House because they didn't want to fund the government. And then after that, we had 20 straight days without a Speaker of the House because the Republicans were so dysfunctional that they couldn't pick one. So we couldn't even pass any legislation because we didn't have a leader of the House.
Do you ever think this circles back to what my whole thing is? My whole argument is
the entire country doesn't have that problem. The Republicans have that problem because they are like locked in a civil war between themselves as to whether they're going to sit there and dick ride Trump until like the entire like dissolution of the United States, come hell or high water, or are they going to like actually come together as a unified body and like get shit done? That's like the major civil war going down in the Republican Party right now. And it's I could at least have some like admiration for the principles that some of these motherfuckers have, and that they're not going to dick ride a fucking like loser who has scammed the fuck out of everyone his entire fucking life, right? So that they can actually pass legislation. At least some of them have some principles, even if their policies are going to be retarded, right? Or sociopathic towards like certain groups of people, but at least they have like principles and they want to like get shit done, right? And then there's like anyone that has your worldview that like unless we completely alter the system, unless we go completely isolationist, unless we go completely tear down the system and rebuild in a moral more Christian whatever the fuck system that they want.
I'm not Christian.
I know. I'm saying their position. Okay. Yeah. We're just gonna tear the entire thing down and fuck everyone, and we'll let everyone fucking starve to death. We'll let soldiers go without pay. We'll let everything just burn to the ground because people aren't agreeing with us. Like that's the way that the current dysfunction in our government is.
Yes. Well, I mean that's
not how it is. That's how the Trump like fucking chaos caucus, as people have started calling them, because they're just nihilistic. They just want to tear everything down.
Democrats are mad too when they don't get their way?
They're mad, but they don't try and like bring the entire country down alongside them.
Okay, well, we disagree that they're trying to bring the whole country down. I mean, maybe they do act vindictive.
They actively state like we will sit here and we will let this country go into default. We will let this country go complete.
People act vindictive when they see
This isn't
injustice.
vindictive. This is sociopathic.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know, Sondsol. People could say it's sociopathic what they did with the election midterms too. What they've been doing with the mail-in
they didn't just like steal the election
else.
from Trump. They steal every election from now on with no evidence. Okay.
Trump, I'm sorry, Sondsol. You could argue that the Democrats do things that are quite honestly sociopathic as hell all the time.
I would have like I don't know about all the time. I would have to see examples.
Can I just say this circles all the way back around to like I've been saying. Why do people fight, Sondsol? Sondsol, do you agree that it takes two to tango?
What do you mean?
It's a very simple statement. It's a very simple statement. It takes two to tango, two to fight, two to brawl.
Right, but who are the two groups? What are you trying to get at here?
Sondsol, what I've been saying the whole time, the political system, it all goes back. I mean, you can spend all the time.
I legitimately have no fucking clue what you're trying to like get across to me right now. That's why I'm asking you. Like, who are the two groups?
Sondsol,
it takes two to tango.
Simple. You know who the two groups are, okay? Like we've been just discussing now.
Nihilists in the government? Well, I don't
think
understand.
I
I
don't think it's
legitimately.
that simple, Sondsol.
Yeah, I don't
You know what
understand
I'm
what you're
talking
saying.
about.
I need you. No, I don't know what you.
You know what I'm talking about. You
I
need
don't
to
know what you're
step
talking about.
outside
Please
the
tell me. I'm
box.
asking you. Please, for the love of God, tell me. I have no fucking clue. And I have very little time left to stream, so I need you to tell me.
Remember when you said to remain calm and collective on your stream, and that person normally is doing the better in the debate? You need to calm
We're
down.
not debating. We're having a conversation. I'm like trying to rush through this part of the conversation so I can just know what you're talking about so we can talk.
Okay, yes, I'm talking about the Republicans and the Democrats.
Okay,
obviously.
it takes two to tango. Okay, and what is the
yes.
Well, hold on. I would normally agree with you. All right, I would normally say it takes two to tango. Right now, it's not the Democrats that are causing this like dysfunction in government. Right? Normally, it would be the Democrats and the Republicans.
Dude,
but
the
right,
Republicans are doing it because they're pissed.
They're internally fighting. They're fighting amongst themselves.
No, they're doing it because dude, it's like I come and shove you, and then you come and shove me back, and then I come and push your chest or something. Big, stupid, I wouldn't push you very far because of your, no offense, your size is a little bit, but
I think it's just because you're a very small man, okay?
Okay, that's very rude, something. But then you come
Yeah,
back.
oh, you call me fat, and then I
punch.
say you're small, and I'm the rude one. Fucking loser.
Okay. No, that's
but
tit for
I
tat.
understand.
It's fine.
I understand what you're saying, right? But the problem is, right now, it's not the Democrats versus the Republicans. It's the Republicans versus the Republicans. And I would even agree that there is legitimate Trump derangement syndrome in a lot of like Democrats to where they're like wholly unwilling to work with like anything, right? But I think that is like on such a much smaller scale than the Republicans right now fighting amongst themselves to where they can't even like decide on what kind of legislation they want to pass. They don't even want to like agree on like what kinds of like who should be our allies in the world, what sorts of things we should do on the world stage.
Plenty of things the Democrats don't agree with each other on as well.
Right, but they can at least concede to each other and find common ground enough to like pass legislation, whereas the Republicans right now can't even find a leader.
Okay, well, they
and this
did
has
find
happened
one eventually, but
yeah, and but here's the problem: it never in American history has this ever happened before, where any party has been so dysfunctional. This has happened, right? It happened before in January.
Dysfunction.
No, this is dysfunction. This is the definition of dysfunction. Nothing is functioning in our governmental system because the Republican Party can't agree on anything. It all comes down to like the brain rot of the fucking Republican like Trumple people.
Okay, well, so they're in disagreement. I don't
No,
know.
it's not just disagreement. It's total obstinance. The Democrats eventually either find common ground, right? Even when like the most dysfunctional the Democratic Party has been in my lifetime has been with Manchin and Sinema and being in the Senate and like putting up roadblocks on like half of the legislation that Biden wanted to get through. But you know what? That legislation still went through because eventually we were able to work together and actually get something done. The Republican Party isn't even able to do that, right?
I mean, what's your complaint? They're just a divided party?
They're not just divided. There's people in there that are just there to completely throw a wrench in the entire political system.
Yeah, maybe there should be people like that.
No, there shouldn't, because then we actually have the world that you think we live in.
Well, I know we live in the world I describe, but
you're part of a very small group of people in the world, buddy. Most people can find like some joy in life and think that there's like things worth preserving in our country.
Well, if there's not anybody to I don't know, contest the system or argue. I mean, I don't know.
No, you can contest this. You can contest the system without completely throwing a wrench into like its operation. And I would agree with the fact that we should have people that contest the system, right?
Sometimes you can't just make it work, though.
Yes, you can. You can always reform. You can always tweak things to work better. And then if things are just like completely not working, you completely overhaul them, right? But that doesn't mean you completely overhaul the entire fucking governmental system. The fact that our government has been so stable for so long is a testament to like our governmental system being good, right?
No, absolutely not.
Absolutely, yes.
No. We totally disagree about that.
This is just like the history of the world, buddy. Like,
no, don't even talk about that. That our country's gone on for this long, and these things have happened. So our governmental system must be good. Our political system must
we
work.
have had the most stable government, like aside from like maybe like England and no, besides maybe England and maybe a couple of other like smaller examples, we've had the most stable government in, I think, world history. There haven't been any like military coups. There hasn't been like we've had one civil war 150 like 200 years ago, but that was like only 4 years long. We took that shit over real quick. The good guys won, yada yada, and after that we haven't had any like major political strife in the United States. Like, we've had the most stable government in like the entire world, minus the British Empire, which collapsed, and they like are a fraction of what they used to be.
I think in the past it was probably stable. I think maybe it did work back then, but today you can tell it's clearly got some problems. Even you're alluding to them. But
well, I mean, yeah, but that's because of people like you. Like, you guys are creating the world that you fear we live in.
No, we think you guys have created it.
Yeah, because your guys are fucking brainworm-addled, fucking crazy people. like again, by any metric economically, by any metric like by like quality of life, things are like relatively stable
Just because it's
and
been
growing.
stable in the past doesn't mean that it works or works well. Was that your claim?
Then what does it mean for it to work and work well? What is your definition of it working?
It's producing results that are favorable for many generations at a time, and it like is evolving, and things are changing for the better, and things are getting better, etc. Like
there, like in all of American history, there's always been like ebbs and flows of things being better and things being worse, right? Like, we can look at things like, it's not like it was all peachy keen and then like it all went downhill. Like, look at the fucking Gilded Age in the United States.
You genuinely believe? Okay, so can I just finish this? Because I don't want to keep you.
Yeah, because I do need to leave here in just a second, but
so you genuinely believe that it actually? You said it's working well. You believe it genuinely works?
Well, I think that the institutions that we have work well, and there are people that can throw wrenches into that, right? No, I'm giving you my full take, right? Like, I do think that, like, in general, our system works well as long as everyone abides by the same rules, right? As long as everyone agrees to work together, which is the foundation that we built the nation on, right? On democracy, equality, et cetera, et cetera.
Nobody wants to work together anymore. Nobody wants to.
Well, that's the problem, right? That is the only thing that can cause our nation to fail.
Yes, but that is created by the system.
No. The system doesn't produce like people's attitudes.
Are you really that naive? Yes, it does.
How does the system influence your beliefs on the world?
The system, you have Sondsol, you have two parties. I'm not saying that
the system doesn't require two parties.
It basically does.
No, it's produced two parties, but we've had three parties and four parties at one time in the past.
It didn't produce two parties.
Yes, it did. There is nothing. Okay. How about this? I will bet you $100. All right, if you can find somewhere in our governmental system, somewhere in the Constitution, in the Declaration of Independence, and any of the forefathers' writings that says we should have two parties, then I'll pay you $100 right now. You don't even have to pay me anything if you can't find it, because I know I'm right. All right. There's nothing
it might
in
not
our
specifically say two parties, but
yeah, we have organized ourselves into that, but there's nothing that says that we can't have more than two parties at a time.
Okay, well, that would just never work. I mean,
no, I think that there's some
would shut that down from the get-go. Do you understand that that's literally like borderline not feasible in today's world?
To do what?
We have forced these two parties, and they're here to stay. I mean, do you really expect some third party to rise up and it's going to be like all good?
Well,
naive can
no.
you be?
We have to. There's like specific election laws at these.
There are these
hold on.
two
No, there's
forced
an answer.
parties on us.
No, there's
can I
no
just
forced
say?
parties. We all chose this.
They are
okay.
forced,
No,
bud.
we
No,
chose
I
this.
never chose this, son.
Okay,
I
well,
never
you were
chose
born
this.
after like the solidification of these two parties, right? But here's the thing: the federal government literally doesn't have the power to change how states run their elections. And at the state level, they have this thing called first past the post, where you need a certain amount of like the population like voting for you to even show up on the ballot or some shit like that, right? I don't know like the specifics because it's a long time since I've talked about it. But like at the state level, that's what needs to be done.
Okay, great. So this is no answer to the question whatsoever, really. Do
What
you
was the
believe
question?
it actually works? Or
Yes,
do you
I believe
that-
it actually works.
Okay, and so you see what it produces, and you still believe it works.
I think that over even the past 4 years, it's produced some of the most like wide-ranging, like helpful legislation to the average American that
Okay, can I
we've
just
seen
say-
in my
can I just
entire
say-
lifetime.
You
I'll let
see
you have
all
the final word here,
hatred.
okay?
Okay, no, it's just a question. I mean, you see all the hatred on Twitter. For just an example, out of anybody you could choose, because you could choose large groups of all sorts of different people, the police or anybody really, but you see the hatred for, let's say, teachers like you, okay, on Twitter. Do you see teacher hatred on
Yeah,
Twitter? Have
but
you seen that
the
before?
system, the system.
No,
doesn't
just
produce-
yes or no. You're not, no,
Yes, I've seen
don't
that.
go
I've
back.
seen that hatred. Yes.
Okay. And then the last question. Just be direct with this one, and then we'll end the call. I need a one-word answer or two, maybe. Where does that come from? Political system, right? Political system. Go ahead, Sondsol. Where does the teacher hatred come
media.
from? Huh?
The media. There's your two words.
You genuinely believe that it comes from the media and not the political system?
If you can find me the political system, like sowing division amongst people on who their like elementary school teachers are, then like please. But it's going to be political people going on to media and telling everyone that they're groomers. It's going to be political people going on to different media places and saying that.
So what? Sondsol, so you really don't think this? Do you believe the two-party system sows division? Yes or no?
Yeah, I do think that I think that eventually we need to move towards having a parliamentary system. I think that would be the optimal way for us to organize ourselves.
You know in your heart of hearts this system isn't maintainable, right?
It is maintainable. It's been maintainable for 250 years.
Okay, so what do you think? It's just going to go on forever?
No.
Okay. Jesus, man.
But I think that there have to be like either we're gonna have to keep going down this trajectory that we're going right now, where people become completely disillusioned with all of society, like you do. Like that's probably the biggest threat.
Third party can rise up. You're living in a delusion, man.
No, it's not a rise up situation. It is there's a specific like set of laws that we need to enact at the state level that the federal government can't legitimately can't legally do by our own constitution. The restrictions that we put on our government so they don't overreach, right, and stomp on the rights of the states or of individual citizens, right? They can't do it. We have to vote in people at our state level, right? That I mean, you talk a lot about the federal level, but at the state level, we have to get rid of first past the post, and then we can have third parties run way easier, and people have more options. That's literally the answer to your question. That is how we do it, right? But it requires you like actually caring about your local and your federal elections, or your local and your state elections.
Maybe. I'm not sure that would even do anything at all, but because I believe the candidates are okay. I don't even want to discuss it, but okay, we'll leave it there.
Yeah. Hey, man, I appreciate the call in. Like, I genuinely hope one day that you become less nihilistic. Maybe like it'll take like a vision from God. Maybe it'll take a girlfriend. Maybe it'll just take.
So the Democrats are putting up pictures of themselves. They've allowed 60 to 80 million between that number of illegal aliens from Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, and other places. They're creating fraudulent elections. They've got mail-ins and ballot draw boxes, etc. They're coming for your Second Amendment rights.
Again, like we said that we were going to end, and I'm not going to have time to go through over that. Okay, bye, buddy. All right. Hey, guys, I love you guys very much, but I am going to end stream now. I have a scary movie to watch with my girlfriend. I have a real life because I'm not a nihilistic person that thinks that the entire world is ending and that we just need to tear everything down because I have good things that happen in my life personally. But yeah, if you like the content, please subscribe. all of that stuff, right? We have the donation button. Please consider as we finish up here. There's a little in the YouTube description. All right, there's a donation button, and every donation that you guys give gives me a better ability to pay the editor, who is just fucking rocking hard on getting all of the videos out and all the shorts out. So that would be really helpful. It also helps me afford, food and utilities and stuff like that. But yeah, if you guys like that stuff, consider doing that as we're ending up here. We got 6 on Kick, 7 on YouTube. A little bit of a low viewership end of our stream, but it's fine. All right, I love you guys, and I will catch you guys later.